All right. Welcome. If you are here joining us, thanks so much to watch the Dragon Slayers embark on their session 20 here in the Marshes of Unveiling. Currently, they are in Talus Grove with the Salinar and had just kind of given back some of the prisoners that were held at this rather strange kind of fort that was on the northern side of Crepple Lake, thanks to Trisha leading them there, as well as the party, just in general, really good synergy and good strategy, and didn't really get into too much combat with everything that was there. Really was picking the battle they wanted and then departed.
Yeah.
Um, Prior to that, at the tower, uh, we had some investigation and some things that happened. And we got some information about what the tower was and what it did, at least just the top end of it, and through a couple of checks. And through that, there was mechanisms that were involved in coordinating, almost like an observatory with distance and position. Right, there was an elaborate kind of mechanisms that were designed, very magically fueled, and you all kind of figured out how do we deactivate it, right, and make it so it just can't be used anymore. Which it turned out was as simple as removing the orbs of Masashra that were fit into these magnetic dials of the two statues. So after that, though, there was wings that were flying, which put a little bit of a dampen, right, between some of the potential next adventure or wherever you were going to head next, rather swiftly, and that was the entrance of a great black dragon. The shadows and it almost carried with it a fog and a mist as it rolled forward. You all landed rather quickly, headed for the south of the Altar of Flowers, rather into some thick trees and marshland that was there. And it became apparent that your stealth checks were exceptional compared to the rather unexceptional perception check of this black dragon. And as it trudged through, it was toppling trees as it was moving through, just snaking through the aqueous, earthy environment there. And it had a little bit of a sense of humor about it in a way, right? It was like laughing, and it was just kind of, I mean, it was a little bit different than the potential last dragon that you all fought that was kind of rather serious. This dragon seemed to be, having a good jolly time trying to find you all. So that was kind of prior to the events at the keep, and then and obviously the fort, and then here. So what happened here? Trisha was motivated, persuaded to stand up for themselves. They put the foot down, so to speak, and they said that they were going to leave. They were going to depart. They were going to go with you on your quest, and then after that, head for the brave new world that lies elsewhere. In a rather strange turn of events, the matriarch made a kind of a confession, if you will, that Trisha was actually her offspring, even though Trisha doesn't know that. That's not something that Trisha knows based on their kind of community and how children are raised and things like that. Which makes a lot of sense now that you all went through methods of, some of you anyways, went through some methods of procreation with these people, and it
Body
becomes
count
apparent.
one, boy. Still counts.
And it becomes apparent it's just like super efficient, very simple, and I don't know, just very, I guess, rewarding to them in a way. So
Said 1 month, right? My little bastard
yeah,
running around.
so they, yeah, that was one of
That
the
match.
comments that was made was time, and the way that this is processed is either accelerated or just different, right?
Got some magic up in this bitch.
How this is happening and how this is working is rather odd, which is just adding, I think, more to kind of the idea that, oh, they don't look like wood elves, right? And they don't even look like regular elves, moon elves, sun elves. The typical elate, like Eladrin, they don't have that look. There's just something different about them, right? And so I think it's just adding to that, that there's a kind of a change that has happened with this race in a way. So that is where we're gonna start off the session. um, Trisha, I believe, has left at this point. Basically stated that they would meet you up at the altar of flowers when you departed and join you with your adventure, similar to how they did before. You all are kind of left alone after after a certain point, based on the fact that you had two party members that were kind of exhausted. There's fruit and other sorts of vegetables that are growing from the dome structure, which is similar to how it was before. And that's kind of where we ended it. It was just seemed like, hey, we go through this exhausted.
Went out with a bang,
That's it.
so to speak.
So
You
let's
know,
go ahead and
good question though is
unpause.
what happens to the baby boys?
It's a good question.
That in Game of Thrones, that dude who sacrificed all of his sons to the White Walkers or something like that. Yeah, that's all that
Don't
happens.
exist. Maybe they only birth female. That's my optimistic take.
You'll never know. Because I'm never
Micah's
gonna
like
be around.
leaning back against this log.
I'll be
Just
spooning Ica
tired.
after sleepy times.
So you're all here.
You did say the crystal core from the golems in the tower will take a couple days to investigate, right?
That's correct.
And that's at least what Maestro is doing. He's just
Continue to
studying it more.
continue to play
Yeah.
away at and study. Okay, go ahead and give me an arcane roll. And then Ica, you're trying to get back Linus here.
Yeah. Now that that's over.
That one. Well, we might as well get him out of the way right now. Just be real. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna use a feature for that one to try to get a little bit more.
Add to it a little bit.
knowledge. Yeah.
So Linus reappears. It's kind of poofs outwards. 2, so total of 11. Not much else is being kind of extracted from it, except for the fact that the material of the actual glass and inside of it, and the way that it's designed, is very meticulous in this process. It's taken time, and it's almost as if there is an inlay of an interior core within that piece that you're holding that is fragmented or chiseled off of something else.
Okay.
Master?
Yes, Linus.
Everything went black, Master. What happened?
A lot of things happened.
Did you get hurt, Master?
No, I'm all right. I just need some rest. Is
Oh.
all.
Master. Here, let me get your shoulders. Flies up against the towel on the shoulders a little bit.
He's too tired to care at this point.
Master, I was so worried.
Don't be. It's all right.
All right, Master.
Pat him on the head, and then just kind of sit there and try and not fall asleep before everybody else.
Okay. So,
No, I'm just falling asleep.
just taking rests. Are we doing short rests, long rests? What's the
Yeah, long rest would be nice.
going through a long
little
rest?
exhaustion too.
Okay.
While we're resting, gonna have a little chat over here. Marina, Tenton here was saying it's a taken man. So you two,
Really? I thought it was kind of obvious, is it not?
try not to judge.
Yeah, I mean, It is what it is. Is that a problem?
No, no, quite the opposite. Should be proud of him.
Well,
Heard it in the background.
but speaking of proud, I do appreciate what you did for Trisha. That was admirable.
Well, hey, I'd like to think everybody's got to make their own choices, right?
I'm inclined to agree.
And, maybe one day, we kind of left off this conversation, but tell me about your mom a little more. Kind of curious.
About which part? The elf part, the dead, maybe not dead part?
Yeah, all of it. I think
Um,
those two over there are going to be out of commission for some time.
Can't
I
exactly
wave
blame them.
very weakly.
It's
Uh,
like out.
it's not the most interesting story. My mom is sorry. My mom's an elf. My dad's not. Um, the birds and the bees, all that. Clearly, after what I and Tyler just went through. When how do nothing against you, Frox, but I don't exactly want to give every single detail. More for your safety than anything else. Tenzin and I met because we were both in a bad situation with some bad people. And he helped me to get out of that situation under the guise that I had died, and obviously had not. It worked long enough to get us out of there, but I had to leave my family behind, and I imagine that when the people we were working for realized I was not dead, there's a good chance that my family reaped the consequences. And I haven't heard anything from them or about them since we left.
Maybe they haven't found out then. There's glass half full thinking, yeah?
It's a possibility. My dad had the same kind of skill set that I do, though, so I don't know. I mean, maybe they're just trying to keep me safe by not reaching out, or keep themselves safe, which I wouldn't blame them for, but either way, that was a long time ago. We're here now. That's what matters and all that crap,
Well, sure, but I like to think family's also a little important. Maybe when we're all wrapped up here in this marsh business, take a trip down to make sure your family's okay. Wrap up those loose ends. What did mention how far away would they be?
Pretty far, like different continent far.
Okay, maybe a little longer down the road then.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't say it's not something I haven't thought about.
Well, I'm sure they're going to want to try out Tenzin here's bakery quality goods. in the future?
Yeah, I think my mom would probably disapprove of our relationship the second she took a bite of anything he bakes, but
Well, we got a lot of time between now and then for him to pick up a few things.
let's hope so. Yeah, but I'll keep it vague because I don't, like I said, safety and all that.
Sure.
I don't exactly want to disclose exactly where we're from, because as far as I know, there are still some pretty dangerous people looking for us. But
Hey, we all have our
I-
own secrets. It's all right.
yeah, it's I try not to think about it too much, if I'm being honest.
Well, we got a big black flying dragon to think about now.
It's a good distraction.
We'll see about the gold. Yeah. Let's get some rest. Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Okay. So if no one has anything else they'd like to inquire about, we'll go through a long rest, so everyone can take a long rest if they like. And that time, no one disturbs you. Obviously, not entirely sure what time of day it is, right? When it actually, but it just seems like it's a constant daytime here. There's always this visible sunlight that's present within what I'm going to call it now that we've had time with it is a construct. And inside of the actual dome, Matriarch has yet to make an appearance. No one is there, so it's just there. You do hear, I will say, that just having some perceptions, maybe the outside of the vines and things, that there are people still moving around. You can hear like people shuffling through some ferns and other sorts of vegetation that's outside, maybe some splashing within the pool of water, as the dome is still part of the central kind of pool that's underneath this great large red wood tree that is called Talus. After some time, when you awake, I'm going to go ahead and remove, as well as the exhaustion from you both. Seems as though resting in this place is really rejuvenating. There's something about it that's able to restore yourselves, and kind of imagine that maybe if you had a condition of some kind as well, that this place would be just by being in this presence. It's kind of removing that, which is going towards the information based on the ones that were rescued and saying that they were touched by the corruption, right? That they had that within, that it would take time for that to be pulled or extracted and stuff. So just naturally, they're going to be healed by being here. So that's kind of in the same way with other conditions and things. So as you awake in moments, see the matriarch kind of come into a bud just for a little bit as it penetrates through the earth and then unfurls itself with these pink and violet leaves of this great large kind of bud, and then it slowly returns back into the earth. The matriarch kind of stands there for a moment, and then the quarterstaff that she's particularly wielding kind of goes into the earth itself, just kind of pulls through into it, and then she just sits down, just folds her legs. I hope your rest was rejuvenating and quite successful.
No, I had a question for you. What happens, do you only, have baby girls, or what about the boys?
We only have what you would refer to as female. This is why we procreate in this manner. with Talus's guidance and with the power of the Grove.
But just out of curiosity, you said it takes like 1 month to, do they also age at the same rate?
Yes, they age at the same rate as children on the outside.
And do they ever learn who their father is?
It is not something that we share. Most of our children don't even know who their mothers are. It is common that the children are taught that everyone is their mother. We all do our part in educating and teaching.
So who raises them then?
Of course. Well, upon their birth, they are headed to what you would refer to as a nursery. There are several that have already taken their final rites, if you will, with Talus, and they are elders within our people. Those that are actually near death, and their lives are somewhat sustained by Talus's power. It is our choice if we would prefer to be eternal, or if we would die as natural, going into the earth and being recycled. In this nursery, children are brought to an age of near 50, and then from there they set about the rest of outside if we can, but a lot has changed in those ways. It's quite simple. There's not much to it, really. As far as their magic, it is of great importance to the elders that this is taught. They learn how to control their druidic powers and to commune with Talus. Are
Few
there any-
different from how I was raised. I had a lot of moms, not actual moms, but moms in the metaphorical sense.
Yes. Our ways may seem strange, but to us they are everyday and quite normal.
Sorry, but I do have a question. You said they're druidic powers. Do you not have others who develop differently?
No. All our youth, our children, all have the ability to command nature. Our talents are quite streamlined, and we are able to cast very similar things.
So not one of your number is anything but druid.
Correct.
Interesting.
It is important that we have the capabilities that we do, especially in this time. We can only rely on so many of the fey creatures that have made refuge here to turn around and be our protectors.
No, I was not questioning that. It just seems interesting that none of you have developed any other talents in other fields.
The Grove gives us everything we need, and in return we pay it with our respect and our lives.
You guys have hobbies outside of druid stuff? Like, I don't know, knitting or something?
Basket weaving and other sorts of, I would say, hobbies are appreciated, and they do happen. There is individuality here within the Grove. Simply because we all are druids and we are inherent with our natural magic does not mean that we don't have our own individual sense. Is there any more questions?
Sure, out of curiosity, do you remember who Trisha's father was?
It's a good question. How old do you believe Trisha to be?
Like 70?
It is a good age. That's a good guess. Trisha is close to 90, but she appears to be young, as it is common with our people that we age, even when we do not want to be eternal, that we are elongated in our lives. This is different than those who have elvish descent, even though we are elves. We have changed, being with the Grove for so long. Trisha's father is, or was, a humble halfling from Norfolk. The name, at least the first name, probably means nothing. But the family name of Tumblerot is quite something. Perhaps you can find them. They still are alive.
Yeah, I mean, you all have your traditions. Outside people have their own, and I think it should be up to Trisha whether she wants to pursue that line of thought.
Of course. Which is why she will embark with you all on your quest, and then from there be at peace. We do not hold each other as captives here. There is a sense of responsibility and duty that is instilled.
Well, it's more of you don't always hold someone captive by force. There's other ways to convince people to stay in one spot.
I am in agreement with Ferox here. Duties to one's family and their home can be quite the ball and chain.
Seems we are at a difference. Are you all finished here?
Yep.
Aye.
Then go. Go in peace. And hope your journey is fruitful. Quarterstaff stands up. Quarterstaff reemerges from the ground with the hand. Grabs it very softly. Pink and purple lightning cackle in the eyes and a trace between the actual earth itself as it kind of moves towards each of you. These buds begin to enthrall your bodies. As in moments of being curled and furled into them, you are teleported.
Cool.
He said, "All right, I'm done with this conversation. Get the fuck out."
So activating here. All right. So as you are kind of teleporting in this location, each of you come up from your bud within the altar of flowers here, and you notice that Trisha is like just on the ground, just slowly like growing like a little flower with the hand, just kind of bring it to life a little bit, and then it's about ready to like pick it up and cusp it and bring it to the actual altar. As you all kind of come, and just slowly turns now towards all of you that have kind of flooded out, and I believe I'm missing a token. So hold on.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you.
There you go. I was like
I can
counting the
see.
number of it, and I was like, wait a second, I forgot a token. If your token is ever not on the board because I forgot to place it down, please just say so.
It's about to. I wasn't just
I
gonna
had-
suffer in silence.
I
don't
had a
worry.
module that would
Stuck
automatically
underground.
drop like all the tokens down at once, but it was causing some serious problems. But yeah, just let me know. Okay, so it's kind of cusping it, just slowly turns around to each of you and just kind of holds it there just for a moment and just looks. It's like, oh, you all have returned. Where are we off to next?
It's a good question. We have a few options.
We're hunting the dragon next, right? We got that rock that kills dragon. I don't really know how to work.
Um,
I remember
Done
some
yet.
mention of Mukluk.
Yes.
Ah, the Mukluk. Yes, they are a collective of Bullywog tribes under the banner of King Muck.
there's those, and then apparently there's some maybe elves in the every region.
Ah, yes. Evrai, they were rangers, and they have done great things with trying to stop the spread of corruption and to save many Fae. Many of the Fae refugees that have made their way here, they were actually saved by Evrai. They cling to the trees and they tend to stay hidden, even from us. If they are still existing, they maintain themselves within a lake they coined their own on when it was formed long ago. Who knows, though? Things have changed. I haven't. Even though I've been getting out and about and seeing great many things, now to see more, I don't know who's or what is where. Not that far,
Right.
anyways.
If I'm not mistaken, Ruben was telling us that those elves saved a lot of his people before they were attacked by the undead.
Really? Well, maybe we should make our way there if they still are alive, and they can be quite allies in our journey.
Can we see the Mukluks first?
You see in the distance towards the south,
Uh-oh.
trees are beginning to move a little bit.
I think we should make a decision with haste.
Trisha slowly turns around. Sees the trees moving. Looks left and right. Falsworth, is that you?
I'm gonna move up a little bit.
Reaches
Trying to
down,
see.
touches the ground.
Uh-oh.
By the
Four
way,
trees begin to shake on the west.
kind of like lean over to Kyler in the back, out of Trisha's earshot range. You know, you said that Tumblerot was the family name. Pretty sure Tumblerot was the family name of the person that Trisha here was had a
Ruben?
fancy for. Uh huh. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I
listen.
didn't want to say anything.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention to that, and I was eating.
Lifting herself off after touching the ground, seeing more trees move to the west. Trisha yells out, "Falsworth, it's okay. Where are the rest of the..." As it comes and moves through the
Oh
forest.
fuck! God damn it!
Trisha looks up. Falsworth? And everyone to roll initiatives.
Oh jeez.
Oh, you're not on the map, are you, Frogs?
Oh no. Oh man, another.
I stay be rolling mid, man. It's a way of life.
All right, everyone rolled up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My initiative is a little screwed up because
Yeah, we have two
it,
initiatives
it
right
wasn't
now.
rolling at first.
Okay, so we're going to take the first roll then that you had, which
Yeah, unfortunate.
is a nat one, so 5.1.
Sometimes it do be like that.
5.18. Okay, is everyone else good?
Yup.
So,
Okay. All right, Maestro, you're up. Round one.
I think you're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, if you are talking, you are muted, just FYI.
Shit.
I was wondering. I was
I was saying so much shit. I was saying so
All
much.
right, run it
Okay,
back. Run it
sorry.
back.
Okay, bonus action to summon Ishtar, of
Okay.
course. Moving 20 feet next to Trisha.
Okay.
So if I spend my action, can I still hold an action? Because it would be my reaction.
So okay, so wait a second. You said you want to spend.
Because normally I would spend an action to turn invisible with the ring.
Okay.
But if I do that, I don't think I can hold an action for Ishtar to attack anything that comes in threat range.
Well, correct. Your action is in the same. It's 1-to-1. So if you
Okay.
basically use your action to command Ishtar.
Okay, then yeah. Then I'll not use the ring, and I'll just have Ishtar hold an action to attack anything that comes into threat range that is not friendly.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's me.
All right. Okay, we're gonna end your turn there.
Yes.
Revealing itself, shaking out of trees. Just another one moving at full speed as it trudges through.
Fuck.
Rocks, you're up.
Okay, well, we're getting all the Tinkerbells out.
Do you want help with laying him down?
That's all right. I got it.
Okay.
We're gonna kind of spread them out.
Gotta get that mob attack tool thing back, but I mean, you're not really attacking with them, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So it's kind of pointless.
Remembering the attacks of these guys. We are spreading out a bit.
See a beautiful open lane right there. Just
And 7, 8.
Okay, that'll do it.
Go ahead and roll just one of them.
And-
It's fine.
Yep. And
Pretty
then-
good. Pretty good initiative roll.
Yep. And then we are going to. Let's see. We're gonna run behind this rock and kind of yell out to everybody.
Remember the last time we fought one of these things? Don't be grouped up.
Gotta limber up now.
Okay.
It's gonna
So-
hurt.
So, important note is that the two that have so far come out of the wood, they are significantly smaller than the one that attacked the fort. Each of these span in height of about 30 to 40 feet. That is it. So they are not towering in height as they were before. One of them is indeed Falls Roof, by the way. Seeing the shape, the different things of that tree. Rox, anything else in your turn?
That's it.
Okay. Come to this one. This one's going to charge up, moving 20 feet as it does, goes into threat range of Ishtar. So give me your roll.
Bye, Trish.
All right, 15 is going to be a miss. As you come swinging through, it snaps into the bark, kind of ripping some of that outer layer off as it strips it out. This figure wielding a large bit of wood that's kind of almost like a piece of timber that it's picked up and ripped off of its kind of thing, just slams it down here towards Trisha. That's going to be a 20, which deals 12 points of bludgeoning damage to Trisha as it slams down onto the side. With a multi-attack, goes in for another one. As a 15, which is going to hit Trisha as well. Does 18 points of bludgeoning damage as it comes and whips. You see Trisha almost like trying to get out of the way of the large piece of timber that's going to slam downwards. The large log here, and it's just taking the beating by the blunt damage as it's being slammed back and forth. As this tree is just like freaking out and slamming down multiple times. It's going to be the end of its turn. Trisha is going to be taking the disengage action and is going to be moving as far as possible, taking cover a little bit behind the rock here. It's just holding, almost like half limping as she's running away. Ending the turn, come to another one revealing itself out from the trees. This one is going to be picking up a large piece of rock and is going to throw it towards Ishtar. That's going to be a critical hit. Ishtar takes
Wonderful.
42 points of bludgeoning damage as it comes and flings itself, smashing into Ishtar, almost toppling them over, if not for them kind of anchoring down and grabbing into the earth. This creature is going to end its turn as it uses its full movement to get onto the map. Kyle, you're up.
All right, let's move up. Actually, I have to spread out just a little more. And we going on attack with the Bane of Barathun. Sure. Okay. That's a
It's gonna be
yikes.
nat 1. It's coming for a strike. You see as your weapon whistling as it pull the blade out and come in for a swing, lightless as it is. You almost mistime the strike as it chips just at the edge of the bark and doesn't penetrate through to the interior layers.
Gonna try again. I re-rolled that one. I'm assuming a 20 hits.
20 is going to hit. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Re-roll the one.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
So additional 3 there, so it's 25 points of damage you see as your weapon whips through, and it seems to cut easily into this wood. This wood itself, as you're coming through chiseling, is slightly soggy. It seems to be black ooze is kind of pouring out of it now, but it's almost as if compared to the other tree that was there, the wood itself was more sturdy and kind of hold together, almost like a hardwood. This is like a soft wood, and it's coming through and slicing, and kind of lets out like a kind of a roar and shakes its head, almost throwing off the fact that it's doing this, and it becomes almost enraged as it turns now and focuses attention towards you.
Ooh. this a large creature or is it bigger than that?
This in Constitution is a huge creature.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
I do have it in a space of a gargantuan size, so it's
why I
slightly
was
larger in token. But height wise and kind of its threat range as well, it's a huge type.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep moving a little bit. Rotate. And that'll
Rotate.
end my turn.
All right, so it still fixates as you move back by, sort of raising itself up, turning its body. This is making echoes as it thumps into the ground. Marina, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna do a little move over here. Target, sorry, remind me what target is. Is it
Hover over, press T.
T? Thank you.
Is she flanking on
turn.
this?
Okay. Now I got it. Rapier.
So holding down, did you hold down Control and click?
Oh,
It's okay. I got you.
Looks like you're
sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So you rolled with the 6 for the first roll. So 6 plus 4 plus 3, so that's going to be a 13. So that is accurate to the actual roll itself. 13 is not going to land. As you take the rapier, you come in for a stab, and it gets stuck directly into the bark, and you're kind of holding on to it for a moment, and you're able to pull it outwards.
Oof. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that'll be my turn for right now.
Okay. I do want to also state that you do have a bonus action. You can use that to gain extra movement and other sorts of things as well.
disengage.
Right. Yeah.
Disengage, dash, and I think hide as well. Just so you know.
I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're gonna end your turn. We'll come to the pixies.
Question: are these treants at least a CR3?
Are these at least a CR3? They are greater than a CR3.
Creature. They're okay. Perfect. Then that'll work. Okay. Ross is gonna kind of like yell up from behind the rock.
Listen, Tinkers, why don't you just turn it into something, that's a little harmless?
And they're gonna fly over and successively each try and cast polymorph on this one over in the corner. DC 12.
Is that a wisdom or?
Yeah, just double check.
I think it's a wisdom.
I think so.
Okay, first save throw is a 19.
Okay.
Succeeds there. I'm gonna go for the second one. Next one is an 11, so that's gonna be a failure.
That'll work.
As you see, what are you changing it into?
I am turning it into a killer whale.
A killer whale.
Yep.
Do I have a killer whale? I mean, I might not have a killer whale. Ready to go here for the polymorph. Let's see. Killer whale. I do. It's in the SRD. Oh my gosh. That's an SRD animal? I didn't even know. Killer whale. All right, let's drag it in. I'm going to see this thing
We
turn
all learned
into a
something
whale.
new today.
Polymorph it.
So that thing has
Fuck.
0 movement speed, but it can still breathe. And it's got a
That's
bunch
so
of-
good. It's such a good token, too. I love it. That's awesome. It's like, we get some
Literally
flap
everyone on the
around.
battlefield looks over in the corner like, what the fuck? Like,
All right, let's see. So that was only 2 of them, right? So it failed the second one.
That's correct. So you've done 2 casts so far. And one of the pixies is concentrating, so I'm going to mark one of them with
Yeah.
concentrate. I imagine one of the upper 2 here.
The upper 2 we had.
Yeah, so I'm going to put a concentration on that.
These two can still move. Where's my last? Oh, up there. Oh,
You are within 60 feet.
yep, I
Oh,
was
that
making
one.
sure.
Yeah.
I know 2 of them I couldn't get into range.
Yeah.
But the other ones, yeah. So there'll be 4 of them for this one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start rolling then. 41 for the first one. 13 for the second one. That beats a 12. 22 for the third one. And that's an 11 for the fourth one. So on the fourth and final cast, you have a successful polymorph. And I imagine that you're trying to do a killer whale as well.
Yep, yep.
All right.
Oh.
All right. We just have to focus on the one now. Yeah.
I'm going to mark the one on the edge. I went right to left with the casting. So,
That's
all
it.
right. We're going to end their turns. We'll come to Aika. Aika, it's your turn.
I'm going to chromatic orb this guy.
Okay.
But with fire this time.
What is
And I
Linus doing,
rolled-
by the way?
I guess he could just help me if he wanted to.
Okay. So,
Just-
helping you. I got this, master. Could have guided your hands just a little bit. Fire off Chromatic Orb 18 is going to be a hit. And, sorry, what damage type did you say?
Fire.
Fire. So you see as it lands, this massive spark kind of hits off of the bark and slowly catches it on fire just a little bit. Seems to be vulnerable to this type of damage.
That'll be my turn.
All right, ending your turn. Another one coming out from the trees as it shakes through, trudging forward. Used all of its movement to get to this point. Is going to take a rock and throw it at one of the pixies. I'm going to roll a d4 to choose which one it is thrown at. All right, it is launched at that one in particular. It's going to be an 18 to hit.
Yep.
That lands, does 34 points of bludgeoning damage. It throws a rock through the air, smashing into it, immediately crunching and dispersing. I'm going to leave them as dead tokens, and I believe that's actually the one that had their initiative. that was the initiative one, so I'm going to put another one on the order real quick at the same value, so that way we can... That way. All right, so that's going to be the end of that one's turn as it used its full movement and its action to get to that point. Tenzin, you're up.
Hey, first things first, I'm going to get really angry. Use that.
So-
And I will trigger my Wild Surge. A lot of chat spam for this. 8. And that is an intangible spirit which looks like a flume or pixie appears within 5 feet of a creature of your choice. At the end of the turn, I can make it explode. Cool. I'm just gonna drop a pixie. Not the only one that can summon pixies, I guess, for Ox. Like right here.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll run on over this fellow over here. And at the end of each of your turns. Okay, I will make my 2 attacks recklessly. That's advantage.
Okay.
First one.
It's going to be a 22, which is going to land. It's
Sick.
going to do 11 points of bludgeoning damage as you come and swing with the flail. Smashes into the bark, dispersing large amounts of bark and other sorts of inner wound.
Second swing.
Okay.
Not as
15 is going to be a miss as you come across, swinging the flail once more. Just get bark this time, not let inner wood as it chips away.
Alright, I'm going to, and then at the end of my turn, my pixie will explode,
Yes.
and the tree has to make a
A dex
dexterity
save,
saving
right?
throw. Yeah, I think. Well, what's my DC?
All right. Well, it has a 6, so
Wow.
that is indeed a
All right.
failure. So, let me.
We'll take
I'm trying to
1d6.
This is just 1d6 damage.
Yeah,
It's like a
1d6
fucking
force damage.
firecracker. Just
Oh.
it's like, ah!
Okay, so until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each of your turns as a bonus action. So once it detonates, you can get another one out. So, alright, so you explodes outwards, give me some force damage,
my-
and max force damage.
There we
So you kind of probably put it right next to its leg or its
my
root, right?
suicide squad.
Kind of pulls up from the blast. Just kind of detonate itself, obviously exploding and disappearing at this point. And,
gonna be like,
it
"Holy
still
shit!"
is. It's fixated on Kyler, but from the explosion, it kind of fully rotates around to see what it was. Right? Is now looking for the next target.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, we come to the top of round 2. Maestro, you're up.
All right. First things first, then. An overheat Ishtar. This thing is still within my range for Ishtar to attack, right?
That's correct. Yep, it's
Okay.
occupying a pretty large space, and you have reach on Ishtar. So.
So here come 2 wire rushes then.
.24 is going to hit. That does 11 points of force damage as it lashes, taking a large bit of inner wood out, as it's kind of creating multiple different kind of crisscrosses on its bark.
Yeah, and then roll an extra d6 because of overheat.
Okay.
And then another wire rush.
So if you call for an overheat, it's going to be a D8. So you're doing an extra D
Oh,
dice with
I'm
the
sorry.
damage.
I thought that was no. It's a d6 right now. I think is it?
No, Ishtar does
Oh, damn,
2
I'm
D8,
dead.
so it does a
I'm
D8. So you're
sorry.
doing an additional damage die with the feature. It's fine. We changed your class. We're trying to get it optimized
Yeah,
because it's a home.
Yeah, I
So
thought it was a d6. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. So go ahead and give me a D8 roll.
Okay.
All right, 1. So that's going to be a total of 12 points of damage total. So attack on another 1
Yeah,
there.
the
So
second attack did miss.
yeah, so the second attack is going to be a miss. So this is an @1. And I won't take the D6 that you rolled for the attack. I'll give you another D6 for the overheat.
Okay.
Give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so 4. So as it ends from overheating, you see this kind of energy, this heat generating from the internal core of its skeleton-like structure, and it kind of comes in for the first one, dealing extra points of damage. Goes in for the second one, just a bad miss as it missed times to strike from the creature rotating fully around. Does not overheat, seems to cool down successfully.
Okay. How much movement do I have? Because Ishtar can be 60 from me. Where the hell am I? I got 30 movement. I don't want to hide with somebody, but at the same time, I don't want to be. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull over to Trisha and chill there.
Okay. End your turn.
Yes.
All right, come to one of the killer whales here that's flopping. Something rather odd begins to happen as it begins to send an echolocation outwards, up into the air, chirping loudly. Rox, you're up.
First, just passively, glance behind, just make sure there's no other big creatures around.
Yeah, so with your passive perception, it's exceptional. So you're able to see these creatures literally look like trees, unless you're staring at them very closely. They have that kind of camouflage about them. You don't see any movement from your passive perception. So you don't see any trees moving behind you. You don't see more in the distance moving. It seemed like Fallsworth was the only kind of tree that you saw within this small grove. So to see these 4 is rather spectacular just in the time you've been here. So, but yeah, you don't see any extra movement or anything. It's just a little strange that killer whale is echolocating in the way it is right now.
Okay. We're just gonna round the corner here and fire off a guiding bolt at this one.
firing away. Ooh, it's going to be a 12, which is going to be a miss as you send it offwards. You see the creature's moving, it's rotating, it's shaking, goes between some of the branches and some of the upper strites of it, just goes all the way through and has a little explosion there at the end.
All right. Nah. I think we're okay for now. Yeah. That's it. Duck back behind. Yeah.
All right, come to this one that's fully rotating, looking for a target. As it does, it's going to rotate between once more as the thing just is gone as it exploded. I'm going to go ahead and roll a dice to see which one it targets. As it's rotating between all three targets, unfortunately, it looks towards Marina.
I literally just told Gabe I was gonna fucking kill him if it was me. Oh
27.
my god.
27
Yeah,
hits.
that is gonna hit.
18 points of bludgeon damage for the first strike as it comes downwards. Goes in for a second slam attack towards you. Swinging ferociously once and twice. You're able to dodge out of the way of the second strike. Are you going to half the damage
yeah,
there?
for that. Actually, I am going. Oh wait, is it Hellish? Is Hellish Rebuke? Yeah.
That's the thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and you can target it, and then it's gonna prompt me probably. It's gonna fail with a 3, so 5 points of fire damage. It seems to be obviously vulnerable to this type, so you almost, as it comes down for the first slam, throw out your hand, and this mischievousness about your eyes almost enthralls itself. This kind of reddish glow and this black kind of and just erupts around this creature. It bathes it with a brief fire, and it singes, and that's enough to deal vulnerable damage to it. So 10 points there. That is going to be a reaction to use Hellish Rebuke. And if I believe Uncanny Dodge is going to take reaction to use. So
Yeah, so I can't
gonna,
do both. That's
yeah,
okay.
you can't do both. So you are going to take 18 points of damage there with the strike, but you were able to retaliate with that fire. That's going to be the end of the creature's turn. Trisha. Trisha's wounded, but kind of holding still, and is actually going to fire off a spell here. I'm going to see, just make sure range. Yeah, it's going to move up just a little bit alongside there, and it's going to fling off a Produce Flame. Game went out, so give me a second. Alright, so that is going to land. And that does a total of 18 points of fire damage, as it does. It just comes into the bar, considering bits and pieces as it's launched off. Trisha is going to kind of scurry back, doing some more movement, getting behind the large boulder, getting total cover. So it kind of hunches down and hides at this point from being wounded. Ends the turn. Come to one of the killer whales, begins to flop. It's flopping about. This one begins, at the end, begins to echolocate as well up into the air. Ends the turn. Kyler, you're up.
Oh boy, we be swinging.
Right. 24 is going to land. That does 24 points of slashing damage as you come across, chopping one of its leg almost cleanly in half as it begins to lurch outwards. This black ooze is pouring out of its right leg.
I think I'm trying to have a friendly conversation with it. I think I succeeded.
19 is going to hit. 23 points of damage. As you come across, swinging it back again at the same spot, you chop off its legs. It does. It falls down to one side and slowly begins to teeter backwards upon itself and falls down with a large thump. It does. This massive amount of a small earthquake, and this debris kicks up from it, and it lays unmoving.
All right. Here gonna end my turn.
All right, Marina, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. That guy's pretty far. Okay, so I'll use my bonus action dash. To get here. All right. And then, man, Kyler, you screwed me over at the last minute with killing that thing. I don't know what to do. Okay, I will double dash as an action so I can get
Okay.
here.
You're gonna be using your bonus and your action to move all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swashbucklers are scary, man. They just run in.
That's what
And that will be my turn.
Okay, so you, if you're doing a double dash, that should put you at 90, right? So 30, 60, and then 90. So based on your movement speed, you were there, so you should be one square back, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Having
good.
trouble with the holding the push to talk and doing all the
I got
buttons. But
I
yeah,
got you. I got you.
Thank
You're
you,
good.
thank you.
Okay. So that was your action, your bonus action, and your movement. So that's going to be the end of your turn.
Yes.
Come to the Pixies.
All right. Well, altar is elevated, right?
The altar is elevated in its position, but it's not elevated in the sense that it's some like a rocky structure. The altar itself is just a massive bundle of flowers. It's been grown and cultivated to resemble that of an altar. And then the platform itself, that large kind of rectangle there, is just upraised earth, like dirt that's been collected and built up into kind of like a mound.
Okay. Like for a tiny creature, though, that platform is taller than them.
Yes, they could hide behind it.
Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dip over here.
The rocks as well around, the stone rocks, those are large enough that they can get behind and hide as a tiny creature.
This one will kind of just like come over here, duck like inside the flowers. And
Okay.
so these two that are concentrating are just taking the hide action.
Okay.
And then this double check range 90. So we'll try throwing some confusion down on this one.
So confusion going out, it's going to be that kind of AoE concentrated 1 minute here. So I'm going to go ahead and roll wisdom saving throw for the cast. First save is successful from the spell effect, so you just kind of unleash, and poofs up, and the creature doesn't seem to have any effect. Imagine you're going to keep casting it.
So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total.
Okay. Second one is not successful. So
Okay.
go ahead and it's a 10-foot, right, square?
Yep.
I'm gonna do my best just to kind of get it. Well, that's what is that, a cone? What the heck? I wanted a square. It's like making a, oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Like
I'll
that.
say
I'm
that
gonna
was-
have, yeah, what's it? Get a little bit larger, but that's good enough to just give a representation of where it's at, kind of underneath it.
And then this one's just gonna come back after doing that and just hide behind this rock here.
Okay.
And... What's the range on this? Gonna come down here and kind of like hold its arms out for Kyle, like in that like give it a boost. Just it's holding the fly spell for when Kyler passes by.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic.
And that's it.
All right. Aiko, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going. Let's see. Okay, so what's going on over here? My headset was in and out.
So there are two of these large towering trees, average about 30 to 40 feet high, are now killer whales. They are flopping around, but they're echolocating into the air, making large, screeching, piercing sounds as they're kind of traveling outwards. One of them is still up and not polymorphed. It's towering high, and this aura effect just poofed into the air, and it's trickling away with these little tiny fairy lights as it's dancing and probing, creating a confusion about.
Gotcha. I'm going to hold a chromatic orb for if this thing proceeds forward through the confusion.
Okay.
And then Linus will just help me if that happens.
Okay. Got you, master. Got it. So your hold is walking out of the confusion. Is that
like
correct?
Yeah, like walking towards Marina probably.
Okay, so going towards Marina out of the confusion is what you're stating.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to clarify, hold action wise. Okay, cool. You got like channel it. You see Linus is getting ready. All right, cool. I like it. All right, and your turn there.
Yeah.
All right, come to the creature. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a d10. All right, so doesn't appear to move or take any actions. Just doesn't. Seems to be oblivious. Tenzin, you're up.
I will use my action to dash. Make my way all the way over here. I'm trying to drag my token with a trackpad. There we go. Okay. My over here, and I'm going to use my bonus action to summon another pixie right on this guy and blow it up.
Yeah, so you're using your bonus action to throw out a pixie?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll a dex save here. All right, go ahead and give me some damage as it fails its dex save.
Let's go.
Boom, with a little bit of an explosion. Comes and erupts outwards. It seems as though it's in a state highly of confusion. It seems as though the explosion goes off. It's kind of looking left and right. It's almost throwing itself back upwards and all around it. Does not really appear to be able to have a successful behavior that you've seen the other ones in this enrage. It's I don't know, a little bit peaceful looking now.
Confused you.
It's like a tree.
Wow. Okay, that's my turn.
All right, top of round 3, Maestro, you're up.
All right. What can I get to from here? To be honest, it's a question. All right. I'll move 30 myself to roughly about where. Yeah, here, right in front of Ishtar, and then I'll move Ishtar 30.
Okay.
I don't think they're within range. Nope, just short. So for now, I'll turn myself invisible. Use my action for that.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, was it on already?
It always has this effect that it provides, but it doesn't really do anything at all.
Okay.
There's nothing in the effect line that changes any of your stuff. So I gave you the condition of invisibility. It's usually what I do.
Got you. Okay. All right, that's all for now.
All right, coming on the killer whales. Doesn't have any additional saves, I believe, and so it's just kind of flopping there. Finishes its flop, it just head towards the ground. Rocks are up.
Alright, gonna get out here, kind of duck behind the platform, survey, just keeping an eye out on anything else that could potentially be joining the fray.
Passively or actively?
We're gonna actively look now, just because it seems like we have one thing's under control here, so just making sure there's nothing else that's gonna surprise us.
Go and roll perception. 23. So as you scan about, you're looking up into the air. What becomes apparent is that there is some sort of fog that is rolling in on itself and kind of enclosing this space, which is unlikely that this would happen, as the altar flowers seem to be somewhat of a safe haven from this effect to the rest of the marsh, and it's almost kind of rolling itself inwards, moving at an alarming rate.
Now, we would recall this from the last time we've encountered said dragon, and there was a fog about it.
It moved, the fog went with it. Yeah, and almost
With
in the
it,
sense
yeah.
it was rolling with it as it was flying
Yeah.
towards the tower. Yep.
Yep. I just kind of yell out,
We might have a bit of a large company approaching. Keep your eyes up.
that's it. And
Okay.
pop dragon form.
Are you in dragon form? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Come to Trisha. Trisha is going to go 10 feet here to the edge of the rock, slowly get up it, kind of scurry up and just kind of stretch and see what's happening. Sees that the one is there, kind of slowly moving, and turns and looks at the one that's fallen down. Falsworth. Begins to kind of cry a little bit. It's very sad that happened. And it's going to heal themselves with Cure Wounds at 2nd level. Heals himself for 15 hit points as they kind of begin to somewhat, this little bit of light begins to penetrate through as they're tapping the shoulders and things. Again, just upset at the whole situation. Kind of want to kill a whale. Allie, you're up.
All right. One way to go, I guess. Approach the ferry, I guess.
Oh yeah. So right when you get to it, it has its arms like this, and you just put your foot up. It just gives you a boost, and you can fly.
All right, let's do it. Put my foot on a ferry.
Right, you have a
I
flying
think-
speed of 60 feet for 10 minutes, and that, I believe that pixie is now concentrating.
Okay. So how much more can I move now?
Well, you have a fly speed of 60
So do I
feet.
get the full 60 now, even after my movement, or like that's what I was like?
Yeah, so if I recall this ruling, it basically is whatever movement speed that you have done has now been deducted from the fly speed.
Okay, so I moved like 25, I think.
Yeah, so you've gone 25 feet, so that is deducted from the 60.
I shall
Remember,
go all the
so
way.
keep your eyes up too.
I shall go all the way up into the air, being
Okay,
a Berrythune pointing towards the sky.
You're going to use the remainder to like
To
fly.
go all the way up.
So that would be 35 feet in elevation gain there. So you be 25, 60, 35. So
And then
Quick
now that I'm
math.
a little bit higher, I'm gonna roll for a perception to see if I can find what Ferox was yelling about.
Okay.
I don't
that
see
in
shit.
perception. You definitely see the fog that's rolling in.
Yeah,
but
fog.
as You're seeing that kind of roll in. You're stretching, looking around, but you
Well,
can't see anything of significance.
I'll just sit here, wait, and look around. Okay,
Marina,
bye.
you're up.
Okay, heads up, our internet just totally cut out, so we are both on my phone right now.
Oh. Okay. Wow. Play by play.
I think.
I think we're gonna lose. We're losing on the phone too.
I don't know why my phone just disconnected.
I think.
Oh God.
Oh, Gabe!
Move yourself, please.
This is great. I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Crap. It says that I have. Okay. Did I just? Move?
So so you're both not in Foundry right now, right?
Oh, awesome.
Is that correct?
Fuck. We have
No, we're asking if you are.
If you are.
Yeah, we're in Foundry. Mine is just not responding.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
so
are you good? Okay, so if you can give Gabe control of Marina's token, I can play Marina from Gabe's computer.
okay, let's do it. Might as well. You are I've never changed it. So, still the owner. So you can move
Cool.
the token.
Okay. Move Marina 30 feet.
We had this I think we had this happen before, so I kept Gabe as the owner.
Yeah, that's perfect. Definitely. Oh no. Hold on. I'm gonna go reset our router. You can just skip me for right now.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll hold your turn until the end of the initiative, and then I'll take it potentially if you don't come back. Does that sound good?
Thank you. Yep,
Yeah,
sounds
no
great.
problem. In the meantime, I'm going to kick you both from here, so that way you're not in limbo.
It's always such a pain to reconnect because I
Right,
disconnect.
yeah.
It's so hard to reconnect after.
It holds you into a token of your login.
Right.
So okay. So but then I'll hold it there. So we come to the Pixies.
You know what? We have maybe a flying thing approaching, so these two. This one's gonna come over here, give Ica a fly. This one's gonna come over here and give Maestro a fly.
You can't see Maestro anymore. He's
Oh,
invisible.
that's right. I
Maestro
can't-
is invisible.
That's true. Did he just turn invisible?
Yes.
Okay, then it'll go to where he just turned invisible and try to feel around for him.
Pixie flies up to you, Maestro. What do you do?
I mean, it was given an order to make everybody able to fly, right? Like a verbal order. It's a thing you have to
You
do.
would have seen it do it to Kyler too.
They have intelligence. They can speak.
Yeah, they can.
They're intelligent creatures. So they come up. They're talking with you at the same time. So I'm here to give you flying. We gotta give me flying. Wow! Pixies! Ah!
I'll lay my hand on it, I guess.
All right. You reach out your hand, begins to kiss your hand, giving you fly. There you go.
Right. And then kind of last movement to back off again.
Okay.
Again.
It's concentrating. Okay, so we pretty much have everything concentrating. Oh boy.
There's one
Which has
Pixie
which?
left that's not concentrating.
So lucky that I'm able to keep track. This one has confusion, and these two in the north side have yeah, I gotcha. Okay, cool.
The polymorphs.
Anything else that they're doing?
And this one's just gonna come over here and hide action.
Okay.
Smart.
That's it.
We might need that for later.
All right, Ica. You feel invigorated as these spectral wings begin to envelop your backside.
Well, I'm gonna fly up, but not higher than Kyler is.
Master! You're flying, Master!
God.
So you're going 35 feet up.
Is he just vibing? Just
You're really
I'm gonna put-
doing it, Ica.
I always knew you had the power, Master!
I like how I've had fly this whole time, but I don't think I've ever casted it on anyone.
All I keep thinking of is just Hook. Robin Williams. You're doing it, Peter. You're doing it.
You're doing it!
You're believing.
You're believing.
Everyone just starts flying.
So can I try and tell how close whatever's coming, like how close it is?
So, flying up 35 feet, going towards Kyler's level is what you coined. That is just your movement. So you still have your action. You can passively perceive or you can actively perceive.
I'm gonna try and actively and see
Okay,
how
so-
much time we have.
actively take your turn, take your action, and proceed. Go and give me a roll. 18 perception. So you scan about, looking around, stretching as this layer begins to billow and build. You're noticing that there is a large, hulking, shadowy figure that is slowly moving through just over the actual layer of the trees, and it will be here on the next round. Is flying at a fast rate, and something is rather strange in the sense that you don't hear its wings anymore.
I'm gonna be like, we may be out of time. Just a warning. I thought I should let you all know. If anyone else doesn't see that, he's gonna be here basically in the next couple seconds. And that's my turn.
Okay. Still within the confusion. Gonna roll a d10 here. Alright, the creature can act and move normally. As it does, it trudges outwards, moving just onto the edge of the confusion. It's not intelligent enough to be able to get itself out of the actual aura of this effect, but it's trudging forward, moving of its own volition. It sees two targets in front of him. Gonna go ahead and roll which one it is. Okay, goes in for Tenzin. Tenzin, if you're here with us, hopefully you are, you're getting hit by 2 slam attacks as it comes through.
Stomp twice.
Yeah, we have internet, but
Okay.
I can't log back in. It's
Told
just
you.
showing. Oh wait. I think Gabe got it.
It takes
Okay.
it takes like 5 minutes before
It's part of a security protocol that's like inherent to Foundry, that it basically reserves your token in for quick login, because if you have DCs, it wants to be able to get you in. But like if you have like a hard crash, like your whole internet, that is going to basically, you're going to come to the server now with a completely different like registry almost, right?
Right.
So it doesn't even relate it, and so it's like, you're still in the server, I have you reserved. So
All right, Gabe. Gabe is good. Gabe is
Okay.
on Foundry.
Fantastic. Gabe's here. 16 for the first strike. You're able to dodge out of the way of it as it comes down. Second strike comes in. That is going to be a 17, 16, 17. Both of those miss as you're nimbly able to get out of the way of the crash as it's just slamming down at itself into the actual earth as it rises itself up once more, kind of stretches, and you see this almost zombified nature of itself as it kind of becomes straight in its back, as it's almost lifting itself up into the air and slowly is unmoving, almost as if it's just a tree now. Tenzin, you're up.
All right. I'm just gonna move a little bit closer, and I'm gonna hit the shadow. So I'm gonna recklessly attack with my flail.
Okay.
Pop that. Okay, and first attack.
24 is going to hit. Come around with the flail, smashing into it. Deals a total of 13 points of bludgeoning damage as you come across.
Awesome. And then the second attack.
That's going to be 24, which hits. That does a total of 9 points of bludgeoning damage. As you're
All right.
taking the flail, swinging once and swinging twice.
Okay, and I'm going to use a key point for flurry of blows, so that's going to be another 2 unarmed strikes. There we go. That's what I like to see.
Nat 20, unarmed strike, 16 points of bludgeoning damage as it comes through. Okay.
And the second unarmed strike.
17 is going to hit. That does 9 points of bludgeoning damage with that strike.
All
Chipping
right,
away.
and from one of my Tensei features, because I made an unarmed strike, my AC will go up by 2. So my AC is 20 now.
20?
And that
Okay.
would be my turn.
Okay. So, as we end your turn,
Yeah, that's the end of his turn.
okay.
It's
landing
time.
with a large thud. As it crashes over the trees, launches itself into the ground, moving with all of its speed as it lands into the earth. Just a little bit.
Sorry.
So I can resist.
This is the size of this dragon. It's massive. As it topples downwards, it's larger than 100 feet long. Its wingspan greater than 140 feet. As it crests itself, and you notice there's something off about this particular dragon in the sense that most of its mouth has holes in it. Acid just dribbles freely down open jowls underneath. Its wings are tattered. The shadow energies invoked upon them. Rather odd, but similar in the sense of the bat that you just faced. Its talon and claws are chipped, craggly, and somewhat fragmented, but they're sturdy as they grip into the earth. Its scales are somewhat slimy, covered in acidic bile. As it raises itself up, crashing to the earth with a large thud. It slowly lifts itself up, ever slowly. It looks back towards where it came and looks back to all of you. Just smiles. It's this acid dribbling from its mouth, these large razor-sharp teeth. Didn't mean to make it disappear. Joke's on you. Joke's on you. Go to his watch.
I got scared already. I was like, no, man.
Maestro, you're up.
Oh, I thought the meme. Okay. So my fly speed, is it just the same as my movement speed?
Your fly speed is 60 feet.
Okay, cool. And I am invisible. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna fly 30 feet in the air, I guess. 30 feet up. And then 30 feet south, I guess.
Okay. You can move your token freely. Move 30 feet. Go for it.
Okay. Yep, there we go. I'm really not trying to. Alright. And then Ishtar will move. How big is this thing? Oh, I can move fairly past it without getting attacked. 30. Out of range. But close enough. I'll give Ishtar the dodge action, and then I'll end it there. Oh.
Okay. Ishtar dodge
you know what,
action end it.
I will actually use my bonus action since I didn't use it. I forgot I have this other feature, excuse me, that you gave me. Just in case, I'm going to overcharge. 2.
Okay.
And I still have to roll the d6 after the roll occurs. Okay.
Yeah, so after the roll occurs, so it's going to be basically existing until the start of the turn, right? So you're basically declaring it as the bonus action, and once it's kind of used after the roll, that's when you're gonna roll it. So what this essentially does is that it kind of overcharges the core, so it has to make let's say like a save, right, or something that it's going to react to in a way. It's going to have advantage to that. So it's kind of anticipating that, but in so doing, it's going to overcharge itself. So there is a risk to that.
Yeah, so dodge action and overcharge for bonus action. And that's where I'll leave it.
Okay. Come to one of the killer whales here, the polymorphed. It's kind of thumbing about. Rocks, you're up.
great. Gonna come over here. Gonna kind of yell out to Grugash.
Oh yeah, Grogosh, I don't know to who your allegiance lies, but I'd rather not see another one of your kind perish. I'd implore you to at least hear us out before you do anything too hasty now.
And then we're just going to hold the guiding bolt for if it does anything hostile.
Okay.
And that's it.
Come to Grugash's turn as it curls itself. Spends his entire turn laughing. The large booming laugh as it erupts across the battlefield.
Sure.
Trisha, hiding behind the rock, looks upwards. Slight fear of it coming. Go ahead and roll a saving throw. Something. See is Trisha attempts to hide as an edge. From this next one is Killer Whale. Still moving. Kyle, you're up.
All right. We're gonna fly on over to Grugash. All right, and then I'm gonna. So if I lower 20 feet, how close am I to his head?
So as it's raised its body up, this dragon raised reaches to about 50 feet in height. With
Oh,
its
okay. So I
body
can be like,
raised.
right next to it then.
Yeah, you're basically like mid
Yeah.
chest, maybe neck region, right as you're 35.
Okay, cool.
Like up towards like the neck, right? Because it's scaling in the head.
All right, I'm gonna swing the Bane of Berrythune at it.
Coming
That's
for
a
your
shame.
first strike, an 8 is going to be missed as you come swing through it, pulls back its neck, still laughing.
Let's try again. I'm gonna try to do a precision strike on it. Let's see. Click that. Damn, that's a shame.
14, miss again. Come through strike, still wild, moving its head. Not trying to dodge the strikes, but just being rather difficult to swing at, as it's the timing of it all is tough, especially since you're flying.
All right, let's action surge. Let's just try to get a hit on it. See if I can even hit it.
Okay.
I just
Going
want to see
for
if I
an
can hit this
action
bitch.
20. As you come swinging through, your blade comes towards the neck. As it does, it strikes into a barrier of purple and pink, cackling lightning. As it vibrates, you see it stop laughing. Looks towards you. Stares down. Try again.
Okay. Bro, I don't try again. Motherfucker, try again.
I was like, I was not the one to tell that.
Yeah,
6
fucking-
bring back
I'll
around with a
fucking
large
swing,
swing.
bitch.
You strike in, this time holding the blade as it's whistling with a large ear-piercing ring as the lightning begins to entrace the blade. As you see the blade itself form several cracks.
Cool.
Continues to laugh.
Hey guys, I don't think this is gonna work.
What the hell, man?
Well, I'm just gonna action search. I'm just gonna float away. I'm just gonna float away.
It's familiar now.
I'm not gonna dash away. I'm just gonna float back.
Alright, so as you kind of float back, it takes its claw, goes in for attack of opportunity.
Even if I'm mobile?
Smashing towards you. Yeah. Even with mobile, as you come away, it takes attack of
You
opportunity.
cheating bitch.
It doesn't. It's not. It's
I
for
know,
it's for drama, bro. I'm not even
Fine,
willing to
no, it's
attack. I knew you got mobile. I knew you got
know it's
mobile. It's just swinging at you, but you fly away. You're too fast. I was gonna get to that part, but you know what?
Okay,
I'll rush it now. I won't give you the flair of it. That's fine.
You know, how about that? Just roll an attack. I want to see it. I ruined
No,
your moment. Just roll.
it's
No,
fine.
I'm gonna take
It's
it.
fine.
I'm not
It's all
disengaging.
right.
Go ahead. Give me the attack. I want him to hit me.
All right,
I want
let's
you to
give-
do it.
Let's
I want
give
you
it a
to
try
roll.
to hit me,
We're
hit
giving it
me.
a
Let's do
roll. Let's do it.
I want you to hit me.
It's gonna be a nat 1. See? Do you imagine that?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? It's swinging a miss. All right. So it comes in for just a kind of almost swatting a fly. That was the flare I was going to do. Is you're coming around, kind of just come swat at you with the fly. You see its massive, large claw. It's just hand just swings through, and this gust of air actually is created from its swing as it's coming through. And you notice now, as it ripped its hand, there's acid that is dribbling from its actual talons and its actual paw. It's just falling to the ground as it comes and swings through. It splashes away from the swing. It goes directly onto the trees and some of the foliage and the other sorts of vegetation, and they immediately sizzle and burble as they dissolve into the ground. Kyle, there's at the end
Oh,
of your turn.
that good.
Yeah, that ends my turn.
All right, Marina, you're up. Marina. What are we doing? You here with us?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I was muted.
You're good.
Yeah, I think Gabe and I are both totally good and back online now.
Fantastic.
So I'm gonna use my brand new invisibility, and be invisible right now.
Okay. So as you take your action to cast that.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, target myself. Sorry, 1 sec.
It's okay. I went ahead and put invisibility on you, so it's totally fine.
Oh, thank you.
You're good.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And then am I in do I have to disengage to get
No.
away from the tree? Okay.
Unless the
Um,
attacker can see you invisible. This creature is
Got it.
almost like a
Okay.
tree now. It's unmoving, and as you begin to
Awesome.
kind of slink away from it, it doesn't seem to take an attack of opportunity towards it. So
Could I share this this space here with this pixie?
yeah, so that stone, that boulder, that rock is rather flat and not very tall. It's about 4 feet in height, but you can get behind it and get some cover.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And the pixie is tiny as well, which means you can occupy the same space.
Awesome.
Tiny.
All right.
Probably
cool.
eat it if you really tried.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you could. I'm not gonna find out right now, but for future reference, thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm invisible, going behind that rock, squatting down, and I'm just gonna wait.
Okay. Come to the pixies.
Well, the one that was hiding at the altar is gonna choose a different hiding spot. Go behind the platform there. And then let's see. Gonna go over here, give Tenzin a pat on the back, and got fly now.
Hell
Giving-
yeah.
You're giving fly? Okay, so that's
Yep.
the last concentration here, I
Last
believe.
one.
And we're
Yep.
getting fly going on. We're just all flying.
It's about to be like the Battle of Britain, dude. It's just gonna be an air, an air showdown.
That's it.
Okay.
Oh, and I should probably. Okay.
So, Ika, you didn't take, by the way, you did hold something in particular. Just an FYI. So if you want to
Yeah.
if you want to throw that out now, yeah. It's
Uh,
the tree creature. You held it, so
Yeah. Would that take my action, or
no,
would I?
no, that was a hold from your previous turn.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
We had the technical things happening and stuff, so I think that it was in the back of my mind, but I was saying we can do
Oh,
it. Obviously,
and I
we're at
get-
the start of your turn. You are helped by Linus right now.
Yeah.
I got you, Maester. Go ahead and roll another d20, or you can roll it again without the taking a spell slot. 25 is going to hit,
Poggers.
so it does 16 points of fire damage as it's unleashed towards the tree creature, hitting center chest, large explosion. It doesn't even roar, it doesn't moan or anything, it just gets hit by it, and then pulls itself back, slightly burned, it just stands there.
I'm gonna fly like right. Yeah, right here. And I'm gonna try and cast Banishment on Grugash.
I'm just gonna wait to see what happens. This is gonna be this is gonna be great. Like,
Okay, so you're using Banishment.
Yeah,
What's the DC? See, 17.
it is 17.
Alright, succeeds with a 23.
Do it again.
Okay. Roll the save again.
Yeah.
That is a 24.
Damn it.
Damn.
Well, I tried. Can't say I didn't.
nope.
And now I'm gonna go back over here and end my turn. I tried.
Come to the creature as it is unmoving and unstanding in front of you, Tenzin, as these wings sprout slowly. It just stands there, unmoving. Now turns, slowly looks towards the dragon, kneels down, lowering its head. Dragon's still laughing. Tenzin, you're up.
Go get him,
Start off
buddy.
my turn by throwing a pixie at it.
Yeah, you're
So
gonna use
it's a
a
dex save.
you're gonna use a pixie towards the tree creature,
The dragon.
the dragon. Okay.
Yeah, just to see what happens.
All right. So as you come outwards, kind of peers and then kind of explodes. It actually is going to fail the dexterity saving throw. Before
Hey,
you roll damage, you see as the explosion it comes outwards, this lightning traces around the explosion. It begins to absorb it and it disappears into tiny particles.
Fucking cheers, guys. This is it.
yeah, that's pretty good. I'm just going to see you later. I'm gonna float back over here.
Yep.
Maybe not bunch ourselves up. Just make my way over here, and it'll be my turn.
Okay. As we end your turn, familiar shriek erupts as an invisible creature already on the actual ground, landing, already there, creeping as it phases into vision as both these figures were invisible. Jumping off of it is a large armored figure with a great axe, dipping with this black ooze.
I mean, I
Immediately
fucking tried, guys. I tried. Okay, I really
grabs
gave it my all.
this next one. As it does.
Get the hell out of here.
Bites down towards it with a 32. That is 22 points of piercing damage as it swallows it whole. It jumps up with a small hover, going to the next one, echolocating with true sight as it goes to the next one, biting this one as well with its multi-attack. Player 2 is a hit. That is 20 points of piercing damage. It is dead as well. Both of the polymorphs of the tree creatures have now ended.
Can we go back in the grove?
I gotta say though, as far as going out and dying, killer whales around you, turning from tree to whale to tree, dragon. I mean, it's a good way to go. It's a story.
As they come back from their polymorphs,
Oh,
they look to be regular trees. As they come slowly arising themselves, slightly shorter this time, as their growth has not been surged. They stand just shy of 14 feet tall,
Jesus
They look-
Christ, they're small.
slowly moving, quite confused as they're moving. The bat slowly turns as it stretches, looking, ending its turn, come to the armored figure. As it stretches itself, jumping off of the creature, strides up to the altar. Grabs the axe. Comes in for a swing directly down to the altar. As this black ooze and bile begins to spill out towards different tendrils, as the flowers become corrupted, begin to dissolve. Pulls its axe out as it raises it. As a voice penetrates, large shriek through the air. Maestro, you're up.
Cool. Okay, I need to measure some distance real quick. Alright. Yep. 30 feet? No, 25 feet down, so I'm just 5 feet from the ground. And I'm going to move into the corner of the map.
Okay. Fly over there.
Yeah, yeah.
You can go further off the map, just let me know.
Yeah, no. For now, that's it. I'm
Okay.
doing some things.
Kind of get into the
Okay.
brambles of that tree there, kind of flying into them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 25 from me, or that's actually more like 30, 40, 50, whatever. Math is not my modus operandi right now. As within range, I'm really pushing Ishtar right now, but Ishtar can be rebuilt. I can't.
You ain't wrong about that one, man.
I'm going to. One moment as I reselect myself so I can add the skill on. There's a couple things I want to do, but I'm going to take the attack action and see if I can actually hit it or what happens. Features. I'm really pushing this star right now.
Okay. Overheat begins to burn
Yeah.
brightly.
And then we give it a go with 2 wire rushes.
Okay. First strike, it's 23. That does not land. As you come through, mashing through, it goes into this barrier, striking it. This pink and purple cackling lightning vibrating outwards. Dragon continues to laugh.
I don't like this. Another go.
20.
Yeah.
It's going to be a miss again. Please make a d6.
D6.
One.
Well,
Ishtar
Well,
is now
Ishtar.
overheated as it's slightly burning from the heat of the core. It is unmoving and appears to be stunned. It will require repairs in order to function again.
that's it for me. I'm gonna stay at the edge of the map, but the last thing I do, like, I know I can't be seen, and I don't really want to give away position, but
Yeah.
still, talking to reaction. I believe we should vacate the premises with haste.
Confused and bewildered, this one tree in the corner begins to shake and move. It looks towards the creature that's at the altar. Fear overcomes it. As it does, it begins to run into the forest, trudging away from it as fast as it possibly can. At the end of its turn, before we come to Ferox, Grugash takes a legendary action. As you see it come down with a large claw towards Ishtar. 23 is going to be hit. That's 12 points of slashing damage as it slashes across it. Hitting it with a large, kind of a soft, just a soft smack. Just kind of swatted away. Rox, that activates your hold action if you want to use it.
Sure.
25. As you unleash a guiding bolt, you see is stretching, going towards, clashes into the barrier with a small explosion, kind of erupts. The dragon takes back for a split second from the actual implosion of it. It seems to be undamaged.
Okay. Let's see. Well, gotta kind of like take a finger, like tap the black stone and just be like whispering to it.
You know what? Kyler's always been a bit loopy, but if you got any advice, now's the time.
Begins to glow slightly. A voice reaches out to you. Run.
Run?
See, as you reach out and speak to it, Grugash closes the eyes and moves the head back and forth. Oh, yes. Grumbles a little bit. Don't go yet.
And then we're just going to throw out a thorn whip on this guy.
Okay. 16, as you go out towards, clinks into the heavy metal armor from the pauldron. Large smack, retracts back with the whip, turns and looks towards you. Now close, you can see through the helm, and you notice that there are vines and lacerations of black within the actual face. That seems rather feminine. The bone structure, as well as the eyes, are slight hazel to auburn.
Thank God. And then before turning around to run for it.
By chance, you ever heard of anyone named Kalima?
Okay, is that it?
Yep.
All right. Come to Grugash. Stomping through as it is, slowly as it moves, just walking over in space.
I don't like that.
As it raises itself up. Bear of the Black Stone, don't go! Don't go! I have a proposition for you. It smiles and looks left and right. After all, you are at a disadvantage. And I suppose you wouldn't mind taking a deal, would you? Acid's dribbling from its mouth as it looks left and right. Kyler, as well as Tenzin, you have to get out of the way of it from the acid that is pooling. No roll needed. It's at this point that I ask, do you continue combat?
No.
Fuck no.
No, we're good.
Wait, did he challenge me to hit him again? No.
Everyone wants to get out of combat.
Yeah.
Please, please,
Correct.
please, please.
Good
I did want to say
combat.
something though before I left.
It pulls itself up.
Uh-oh.
Seems I've caught your attention. Come now. As the bat curls itself, moving over top of the decayedness.
I'm gonna go to the bat.
See, as you move towards the bat, you fly down.
Yeah, I'm like landing, and then I'm gonna put the head down and step back.
You put the head down and step back.
No
You
hard feelings, right?
You see as the creature of armor trudges forward towards you and looks towards the head, and a little bit of smile overcomes. It's the bat. You're seeing the laceration from the strike in its neck, as if its head has been regrown.
It was a good fight.
Now, bearer of the Black Stone. Calls to you, doesn't it?
Well, I haven't quite had a conversation with it quite yet.
Pity, indeed. You have no idea what it's capable of. But yet, looks towards Kyler.
Whoa, no, please don't. I-
Goes like this with its mouth. Smacks its lip in a kiss towards you.
Yo, I'm in a relationship with
I always
Lila, where the baby comes-
despised Etherin.
Oh,
That
punk bitch?
fool couldn't do anything worthy. Wanted to slaughter him a long time ago. Very happy that this northern territory, especially that of Frosthorn, is now open. But before we get into my deal,
Can I recall Ishtar right now?
you can click and then delete. So you should be able to delete your own token. Or there might be a little bit of a error thing that comes up, but you should be able to remove your own tokens.
Nope, got it.
Okay.
I am getting no closer to this dragon. I'm staying as far away as possible.
Guys, I feel aroused and scared at the same time. But
Sylvan! Take Nightwing and go. The connection to Talus is severed. It is done. No words spoken. This armored figure goes to a knee, raises up, climbs upon the bat. As it does, the bat slowly picks itself up, shrieks into the air once more, both of them disappearing and phasing out of light. So, where were we? With that, we'll go and take a break.
yeah.
If you're watching, thanks so much! We'll be back in
Bet it
10
looked at
minutes. So about
Doomed.
9:21 p.m. PST. Yeah, hopefully it goes good when we come back. We'll see. See. All right. Okay, we
Yeah.
are Welcome back. If you're watching, thanks so much. Back here with the Dragon Slayers to talk with this dragon. Potentially. I don't
The
know what's going to
former
happen. We're
Dragon
going to
Slayers.
find out. We're going to find, yeah, the former Dragon Slayers.
No longer Dragon Slayers.
Not right now.
Not definitely not. Kyler's feeling impotent.
Kyler just fucking made someone pregnant last night,
I know, but
and he's like, you know what? All that manly feeling gone.
it's gone.
gone.
My masculinity is done.
So, as we come back, I'm going to go ahead and there is a odd thing that's happening here is that there's just a slight wind. That's all you can hear. Normally, you hear the marsh, right? You hear the creatures all and just bringing out, especially this area, right? It seems to be somewhat of like a refuge or sanctuary, being suppressing the effects of the outside. All you see now is the fog bank rolling and pressing itself against some force of this area, but now it's seeping through. So little pockets as the fog is kind of penetrating through. It's almost as if it's being like dissolved slowly. You don't hear the creatures anymore through even that fog. You just hear a slight wind noise, suggesting that if there were creatures, they have run away. The last tree creature, the tree here that is after the polymorph seems to be normal again, runs as well into the trees, just running and trying to disappear as fast as possible. The black dragon doesn't pay it any attention, doesn't care. The other treant here that is confused is still kneeling. It is just unmoving, almost if it's a tree in a knelt position, not making any change at all. As it smiles, this dragon. My dear. Yes. So, you have something I would like. Give it to me. And you will be spared. As it supples and drinks its own acid.
Oh my god.
Counteroffer. We spare you for when we do gain the means to, do exactly what we did with Ethrin. And you just let us be.
Oh my goodness. That is your count. Well, you do have, as it looks into its claws and talons, you have a dragon slain underneath your belt, I suppose. And you have steered away my undead horde from the fort of Farron. Albeit a very unnecessary and annoying target, but commanded nonetheless. Seem to like your offer a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. My friend here is telling me we should just be done with you, but I'm not one for just outright killing things. Giving you a chance here.
I don't like to die. It seems like an unpleasant thing. And
Well, that makes two of us.
I don't think any of you can harm me right now. Anyway, looks at the feet, licks the lips a little bit, smells, stretches and looks over to the rocks, lurches its head over. There's a Salino with you. I smell it. Ah, yes. I smell that power of the old one. I do.
Anyways, back
Come
to
out,
the
little one.
negotiation.
As it yells out to the distance. Silence! You. Where are you? I don't see you.
While
Not
so
me.
Marina's still invisible, she's gonna try to sneak over to Trisha.
You're gonna give me a stealth check.
Alrighty.
Do you have advantage so you can roll another one?
Oh, awesome. Great, one sec.
I mean,
See, as you begin to move through to the shadows, kicking a little bit of grass and dirt, you see the eyes of the dragon following your steps.
I duck down.
The smells into the air. Oh, don't be shy. Come now, come. Why are you lurking in the shadows and doing what my Nightwing does best?
Call it stage fright.
Oh, fine. I see my appearance is a little unnerving. And always used to be this unbeautiful.
Oh, what happened?
Picks the teeth, flicks. Large bone of humanoid lurks and flies out of it. Ah, it's been stuck in there for weeks.
Can I try to run a quick repair on Ishtar, like while they're put away?
You can, yes.
Okay.
Great one.
It's repaired.
Okay.
Yes, now a proper introduction.
It's pretty obvious that all of us are no match for you.
Of
And
course.
I doubt that anything here in this march is of equal to your strength.
No.
And it must get quite boring, wouldn't you say?
Oh, so boring. The worst.
Wouldn't you like to have a little bit of sport, a little bit of challenge, a little bit of
Ugh.
fun?
No
Let's
sport,
say-
no challenge. Fun. What do you mean by fun?
Well, doesn't it get old just eating and devouring and slaying hapless adventurers and peasants? Wouldn't it be more exhilarating to fight a foe that can prove a little bit more resilient?
How old are you?
Old enough.
Flattery is so inviting, but you clearly don't know a damn thing. That's okay. What is the challenge you have in mind?
Let us go. We train and get stronger, and we can have another round. You'll probably kill us anyway, but instead of you outright annihilating us in a couple of seconds, we might last a few minutes. Have a little bit of fun with your future prey. And I'm going to bow very lowly.
Roll persuasion.
All right.
Better hit a fucking nat 20, dog.
Let's
Better hit a fucking nat 20, I swear to God.
go.
Speak it into existence. Oh,
Damn.
I saw that 19. I was like, shit.
I'm not one to just haphazardly giving my life, which is why I reach out to all of you. Yes, I could eat you all and kill you instantly. I don't know if that one would taste very good. Points towards all that fur and all But, listen, the deal is, to your counter, to your thing here, you give me the black stone. You go with your lives. No eating. And I will push off the one that has caught your interests.
You seem to know a lot about this stone.
I do. I know I do. But you don't. Do you? So it's a peculiar thing why you have it.
I know some things about it.
Oh, you do? Who is that speaking? Oh, yes, you! Oh, the one with the dragon-slaying sword. Just the wrong dragon.
The wrong dragon. Okay, so I didn't know that, but I know that Ithrin was afraid. Now, I do know he was young, brash, and probably a little over his head, but he was scared of this stone. Very scared.
He was scared.
So, I think...
Pathetic worm he was.
But I don't
Cowering
think you have to
away at
be-
his little peak of his frozen wasteland. I visited there once. It was very cold and uncomfortable.
Not for me. But I don't have to be too stupid to know that stone is white, he was white. Her stone is black, you're black. So why is it so important?
It is important for two reasons. The first, it has direct power over my kind. And second, it is the key to why I cannot be killed.
Fucking knew it.
And so, since he tickles the claws and this lightning begins to entrace the hand, since I'm still bestowed, you must close the eyes and feel as your stone begins to glow, Frox. Ah, it is not whole.
Can I do something?
Yeah.
Can I hand the Bane of Barathune to Ferox? No. He said, not the right dragon. He said, not the right dragon. I was able to cut Ithrin when my stone wasn't complete. I never sheathed it. I kept it out, so I'm just going to put it down, and I'm going to kind of slide the hilt over to Ferox.
Okay. Yeah. Kinda.
Gotta
Yeah,
trust.
what now?
Oh,
How big is
Oh,
this
God.
dragon?
Ferox, we can't outrun this thing. We can't outrun the dragon.
So to give you again the size of this particular dragon. So Grugash appears to be resembling that in muscular kind of nature and its growth. Seems to be an ancient size of a dragon, except that it's again in my game. There's dragons exponentially get large. There's just never ending growth. So you're just seeing the size is the best comparison to the power this dragon has. This dragon is about 110 feet long and has about 150-foot wingspan. This dragon is absolutely towering. It is long, and most of its body is curled right now. It's bringing itself in, and is also showing that it can get itself into very small spaces where maybe when you observed Ithrin, for those that fought in that potential, Ithrin was clunky, but streamlined in the sense for flight, but clunky in the sense of when if it could burrow, it could climb, it can do certain things. But this particular dragon looks like it's aquatic. You can tell that by the way its scales have deteriorated in some of its underbelly and things, right? With that acidic bile, that it just spends most of its time in an aqueous environment, and so it's used to curling itself into positions and things, depending on where it actually goes and lives. But this thing is massive and large. As the sword is handed over, another cackle. What's the Colossus? What are you gonna do with that? Oh, if I remember, these ears still suit me. I heard a slight ting. A couple of them, even. I wouldn't fancy swinging that again. No. No.
You wouldn't fancy it. Maybe we would.
Oh.
Whispering to Kyla.
You might want to not stand so close. Last time we fought a dragon, breath and all.
Yeah, I know. Decide I can move.
I'm gonna be like right here. I'm gonna look at my chaos crystal. Is the lightning within it like the same as his shield was earlier?
That's correct.
Interesting.
So you want the stone, right?
Yes. In exchange for the stone, I will not eat you. I will not harm you. And now that I think of it, perhaps allies. See, I serve two masters. One of which is rather demanding and not very fun, but helps me and grants me power on this plane. The other is a father figure, someone I hold near and dear, someone who has grown me from a little egg. And that, well, that one I most care about.
Which one's Damodar?
Raises slightly an eye. Oh, I think you could figure that one out.
Yeah.
Come on. You've all gotten this far.
It's for the new people, my man. Sorry, dragon.
Allies. Partners.
Partners against who exactly?
Partners in, let's say, achieving a common goal.
Which would be...
Slaying dragons. I like the idea already.
Slay your own kind.
Oh, they aren't my own kind. Long, long before you humanoids set foot on this continent, dragons roamed free, roamed vast territories. That's why I'm happy Ithrin's gone. Now of the Frosthorn I may lay claim. But there is another in the north. Rather zealous one. This one didn't take too kind to the ritual at Felgim. Goes by the name of Belzar. You would call him a silver dragon. He's been having quite a fun time. with the dwarves in Ismar. His will is malleable and bendable, such that his power has not grown, and he does not have what I have. This is the only reason why I'm here talking with you. It is why our conversation is kept quiet. For the one that interests you, in particular, is not only powerful and cunning, but at the command of me. I see as me a valuable ally in your fight and your effort. And perhaps I'll throw in sparing your precious Fort Faerun.
You'd be willing to cast away your allegiance to Damodar?
See, that is something I've learned in my 900 years of life. You keep your enemies close.
I roll an insight check on everything he's saying.
Go for it.
All right. Let's see if this goes anywhere. Yeah, no.
Appears to be truthful, albeit comedic in some of the delivery.
Yeah.
Right, well, if what you're saying is true about the stone and holds power over you, and, you know, your whole shield thingy, I don't really like the idea of things like that existing, so I'm not exactly opposed to the idea of giving you the stone. But how about we renegotiate this and say, perhaps after we've finished with Damodar, because we may need this stone, then we can resume the talk of giving you the stone.
That journey will take quite a long time.
You won't die, though.
It's true. Roll persuasion.
Can I insist on that since I said that?
No.
You bastard.
No! Oh.
There we go.
I tried.
Anka, we're proud of you. You're trying.
I
man.
fear that journey could be a little too long. See, I demand power. And I see that just taking too much time. And in that time, I'll need that stone. I'll tell you. I have thought of something. You hold a Salino with you. Yes or no? And let's be truthful, because I smell it right now.
I think you know the answer to that, then.
Give me the Salina
No.
and instruct that they will take me to the grove.
No.
No? Who is saying that? Why
I'm gonna
is
take
this?
my invisibility off. Yeah, I'm just gonna How about a counter offer?
So many counters. What is
It's
happening
going
with all
back
of
and
you?
forth.
Is
You
this
want
what
this
you...
stone so
Ugh.
badly?
Oh, yes.
Let us live and
Hmm.
leave, or we destroy it and then nobody gets to have it.
You can't destroy it. It is
I wouldn't
not
be
You so sure about that?
two people's voices.
Two
It is
people
n-
spoken at the same time.
I would be pretty sure.
Do you want to bet on that?
It is not from this world.
Yeah, guys,
Well,
I would be honest with you.
I would bet on
think
it.
we can. I don't think.
How
we can
about this?
destroy it.
How about I eat... begins to point, and you... that one. Points at Tenzin.
Uh-oh.
You can't break the stone. Destroy them. Then I eat that one. Yes.
Oh, I can't break it. You're right.
That's a good
But
deal.
we know someone who can.
Who is that?
Someone ancient
Ooh.
from the Feywild.
Ah.
A friend.
A friend. Who is this friend?
Someone we met wandering the marshes. They didn't give us their name. But supposedly they're a powerful druid.
Well. There's no fear on this dragon's face. I'd like to see them try.
Real quick, before we do any weird things, why do you want it when Ithrin was so afraid of mine? It wasn't even complete.
Finally, we come to the question I've been waiting for. You're being curious. But you're wanting to destroy it. You're wanting to negotiate, but you're not asking why these questions.
That's why I waited.
There is inherent power that will grow me. It also has certain properties that hide from divination.
I mean, like holding it or having it in your possession hides you from it.
That is correct.
Is that why Damodar can't find us unless it's by coincidence?
Ooh. That is correct.
Because we ran into him, sorry, out of Karos twice, right? The fight with Ithrin, and then in the house of the miner, or whatever, the gravekeeper guy.
Yep.
Right? When he, yeah. Okay. You want to be shrouded by.
Of course. I want to be sitting and enjoying my bask of my own acid and scrubbing away and getting rid of the dirt and the filth, and not be disturbed by this little voice within my head that goes chirping away all the time about what needs to be done. Honestly, I thought it was a small price to pay for this kind of power, but I mean, who wouldn't want immortality?
You're not wrong. And I guess if, again, you can kill us at any moment. We can't do anything to you, so I might as well just ask. Do you even know where the last piece is? Or do you just know where she is? I point at Ferox.
I
if
can
you complete
only
it-
sense when I'm
Okay.
in close proximity to it.
Like I said,
That is not how we
asking if you
found
know
you.
exactly. Okay. Oh, really?
The Nightwing has certain abilities.
It wasn't the head, was it? Please tell me it wasn't the head.
The whales.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I just wanted to make sure I didn't fuck us over. Okay.
It was not just the whales. Smart move. Never seen a killer whale like that. The marsh is a little bit ingenious, eh? I might add, I might make you one of my fine commanders. No, it was your decision to attack the fort. See, the Nightwing has sight that it can see through the veil of this plane.
Fuck.
It marks its prey. None may escape the Nightwing.
So what you're saying is next time we'll just have to chop it up into little itty bitty pieces.
It is a creation of the Shadowfell from my great master.
Different master.
I said I had two. What is... It seems
the
like
old
I'm
one,
talking
right?
to rocks here.
So you said it was Old One and Damodar, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I know Damodar, but I didn't hear the name of the other.
My great master calls itself Orsivis.
What the fuck? Okay, I've never heard that one.
I don't think any of you have. The old one sparkles, this pink and purple lightning in between the claws and talons. Is what is this?
You got that from somewhere else, didn't you?
Like I said, a small price to pay for immortality.
Wait, did you just say pink and purple?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
That looks like the Salinars.
That's why I say you got it from somewhere else, because the only place I think we've seen is the well, right? Or whatever it was, pond. I don't know what it was.
That armored figure that was here earlier, the one who desecrated the altar, they were Salinar too, weren't they?
That one? No. That is one of my great commanders. Sylvan.
Oh. I thought it was Kalima. Looking for rocks. I thought it was Kalima. I mean, we both thought, but all right.
The Salinar have in their possession something that calls itself Talus.
This is quite a peculiar thing.
It is, isn't it? Have you
Are you
spoke with
so
it?
interested in it? We have?
Yeah.
Now, how did you get to the grove?
Magic.
Do tell.
Oh, I don't know how to do the magic.
I mean, look at me. I'm full plate armor. I just magic stuff happens. I
We
think that's how
didn't even do
works.
it intentionally.
What do you want with the grove in the first place?
I like this one. Approach. No, don't be
Here.
shy. Come on. Come up here. Let me get a good look at you.
I'll stand like next to Kyler. You're welcome.
Yep.
Salinar
Shield ready. No.
have been a plague and a thorn in my side. They have done well. And where they come from, I did not know, until we captured and tortured a great number of them. I noticed that their magic was oh so familiar. What I've been imbued with. I couldn't help but wonder where they got it. That's when they crumbled. Thanks to one of my other servants that is quite skilled at extracting information from unwilling individuals. They spoke of this thing called Talus. They called it a tree. They said it spoke to them. It gave them things when they requested it, and their people worshipped it like it was some god. I knew I had to get there, but I didn't know where it was. I've scouted. I've looked. I never thought that this place would be until the Nightwing tracked you and you just disappeared. And then you were back.
Funny how that works.
I mean,
Is.
technically still means it maybe isn't here. It could be somewhere else. Just use magic to move us. We don't know where it is.
So you're wanting the magic of Talus, is that it?
I would love to speak with it. From what they say, Talus can't say no. I am very interested.
What are you wanting to ask it for exactly?
Things. More power. Get rid of this other master. I don't know, maybe having a chat with it.
You should know that those comes with a little agreement. In order to ask it for something, you have to agree to never leave the grove again.
Interesting. That's quite a strange ideal. Something those that broke didn't specify.
Something you're probably not too interested in, seeing as you want to continue your dragon slaying.
We talked about taking over the north. I mean,
Just true. Maybe this Talus can be where it's at. Sylvan promised that once the altar was destroyed, that connection would be severed. Is that true, Saladar? Can you not return? Whatever it is you go and why you disappear. No voice comes back.
Unless that fellow of yours was one of their matriarchs, I wouldn't take all the information they give you as pure truth. They might not know everything.
Could be possible. Potential. Unlikely. So, Let's get back to this deal. I have things to do.
Right. Frox is good to just try and mimic Kyler's fighting stance. And just kind of like whisper again to the stone, I need you to help me seem really intimidating. Right, you can leave now. Like I said, maybe you get the stone later.
Stone glows. Voice comes from it. Do not swing.
Okay.
Dragon moves its head slightly. Ooh, please do. As it lowers its head down, acid just dribbling out from its jowls as it lowers its head towards you. Smile.
Telling me not to swing. What are you good for?
If you will not give up the stone, smells the air once more. Smiles. Well, I don't know what will happen. About here now. Its reach.
I'm gonna look at Kyler.
My man, you need to run.
I
Go.
still
Go.
I still have Talus water. It might want that.
I don't think we should give it any more power. I'm just gonna be honest.
But do you think that we can fight it right now?
Let me try drinking it.
Okay, I give him a vial. I have 4. I have 4 vials of
Hey, man,
Talus water.
throat's a little parched. Mind if I take a drink real quick? I'm gonna take a drink.
Okay. Take a drink of it. As you go down, drinking through, you swallow it, you open your eyes. Brief moment. Slight voice comes to you.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
It's the voice of Talus.
Bet.
What is
Anything?
going on?
Dude, I need help fighting this dragon off now. Things are about to get bad for everyone, including you.
Cannot reach that place.
Son of a bitch.
My
What do we
gifts
do?
cannot help you.
Oh my god.
What is it saying?
Can only speak in this way, as the small trickle of my power sustains.
What do I do?
I'm like hitting Kyler on the shoulder. He's not saying anything
He's
to me. He's just
fucking-
fucking. He's like not even speaking. Kyler. Anything?
Oh my god. If I drink more water, will it help?
No,
Fuck.
cannot help you. Begins to probe your memories for a brief moment.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is after me. Slight fear
Yeah.
comes. Do not let it get to the grove. Voice leaves you,
Fast.
pulling away and
alright.
retracting as fast as possible.
I got put my hand on Ika's shoulder, buddy. I got nothing.
No Talus, no anything.
Nope.
Hmm. So we could offer it saying that it's Talus water, but if it doesn't work, then
Bro, this motherfucker's like 6 feet away from you.
I'm trying to be quiet. You're not giving me the information that I need here.
Just slow. You see
Oh,
Gugash, she's just looking at you both. Just staring at you.
We're like whispering into each other's ears like fucking gossip girls over here.
Look, man, that shit ain't gonna help us. It said it can't help us.
Go rolls his eyes and just like grips the bridge of his nose, and he's just like,
You try.
You are so odd.
I'm odd, but I killed a dragon, so I at least have that going for me. Okay, Buster?
Where are you going? Snaps back to you, Farak.
Just admire the carving work of this here tree, you know. Hmm?
It is the
Saw that.
touch
I
of
was trying to distract him.
Orsevis. It is enough to corrupt anything and anyone.
That might be true, but well, I've done the opposite. I've actually removed that touch.
You have?
I have.
Good for you.
Right?
That's fair.
As he grabs his claws, stomps it into the ground with a large quake, and you see as the tendrils of black begin to pour out of his paw, his claws begins to trace into the tree creature. As you see them begin to sprout up in the different pieces of bark, and itself slowly begins to rise. As it stands back up onto its legs. Slowly as it rises, kneels down, turns towards the dragon. The marshes are mine. You may have done outside of here. Tisk, tisk. This one called itself Falsworth. Before we turned it. Sorry. Falsworth. It stretches its eyes. Its eyes go completely black as it stretches and looks towards the tree creature. The tree creature's eyes go black as well. Why don't you go make yourself sparse? Sees it slowly turns away and begins to stomp and leave.
Impressive.
Its eyes reemerge.
I can walk over to Ferox. Do you have a plan by chance? I'm trying to talk quietly.
Hey man, I got some more questions for you. I'm gonna approach Krugash. You guys go ahead.
More questions. From the one that was asking some rather interesting ones.
I'm full of great ideas.
Why don't you just go get that stone for me? I can see you being quite great in my army. Perhaps you wouldn't mind.
I mean, I'm kind of fond of those two over there. You know, traveled together, fought together. One of them almost died with us. So, I mean, it's a little
I
tough. Right?
Promise you gold, riches.
I'm
Land.
gonna move over to Ferox.
Are you invisible still?
Yes, I have not dropped it at all.
I do
was
want
invisible
to
before the
specify that fly is a 10-minute spell. So at this point,
I'm fine.
we are pretty much ended at that point. So make sure that we're on the ground, I would say.
Yeah, that's fine. So I just make my way over to Ferox. I don't like it. I don't want to risk myself, but I will give you this ring because I don't think you're gonna survive and get out of here if this dragon wants to.
There may be a solution. I hold out one of the vials of Talus water to Ferox. Kyler said that he didn't get anything from drinking it. It may be of interest to him, and no one may have to die here.
Okay.
Whatever we do, we need to do it quick because I don't think the dragon will play mini games much longer. We've been here running in circles, but
Say, when did Kyler drink the water, did it do the usual where he was out of it for a minute?
Yeah, actually. But he says he didn't get anything, so.
Maybe not. But that's not what matters. Alright, Krogash, final offer. I actually have something in my possession that
moving
will
away.
grant you access to Talus, with which you seem so obsessed with speaking to.
Oh. Yes, bring it here.
That's not the deal. Deal is, I give you it. You can have your access to Talus. And then, after that, then we can continue talking based on your conversation. I'll let you even have your conversation first with him.
Do you think I'm a fool?
No, sir. Motherfuckers, I'm 5 feet away from a fucking dragon. Yes.
Severely related right now.
Do you not think that any of these Saldar that I captured and tortured did not have the same water on them? They don't drink any of the water in the marshes, for they do not want to feel the eyes and the heart of Orsivis upon them. They drink only the water of Talus. I have drank this water. But, as they say, you must first be at the grove and have connected with it there, or to extend its reach beyond. It makes sense, now that you've disappeared and come back. Interesting offer. I do give you credit. That was a good one.
What if I had a better one?
Better one?
It actually benefits all of us, and I'm not joking.
Yes, let me hear.
Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because, again, I only know, and I'll hold up my stone. I'll actually hold it up. I only know a very a little bit of what this is. And you say you need a piece or the stone to hide yourself from Damodar. But, again, I noticed we've only interacted with them a couple times. Twice. Now, I know when I had my stone, I was able to find and had a feeling of finding other pieces. And you will have to put faith in us. But what if we can find the last piece and give you that piece? She'll still need that piece that she has now. Because we can't, as far as I know, I've only been able to find it with my one. And it still is, again, as far as I know, kept us shrouded. But if we can find you the one piece, and you'll have to put faith in us, we can find it and give it to you. That way you get to be shrouded. We can't kill you, because if you put it together, you will be mortal. And we can go on our way.
You
It's your
offer
call.
something very smart. We each have our own. We are allies. Cannot be detected by that searches
None
and
of us.
plagues us. And I maintain what I was gifted. You are certain that it will stay
Again, I'm the only one out of all of these people who has a complete stone. And it seems like coincidence we have ran into people who know Damodar. One of them being Ithrin. So, I mean, that makes sense.
So you're saying that this was the key to slaying Ethan?
I believe it can be, but I don't know for sure. Because he was also harmed by the sword that currently Ferox is holding. I can't say for sure. I'm not very, smart. I just trying to put some pieces together here.
Pieces together, but
I'm trying to see us where we can all walk away. You will be immortal. You can search for your power, and we won't come after you. And we get to live. We get to not be... Again, you could kill us right now. We can't do anything about that. I think that's safe to say. I'm trying to see something where we can all walk away.
Say that again. Wait, let me hear it again.
You can kill all of us right now.
Yes, did you hear that, you? How about swinging that sword at me? I like your deal. For this, we will be allies. Yes?
Yeah. And if you don't want to be allies with us, we can just leave you alone, be neutral. Not your enemy or if you don't like us, that's your call. But I don't see why we can't all win.
Yes, win-win. That's good. I like
Yeah.
it. And you will find this last piece.
Like I said, I was able to get a feeling, and I had one. I had a feeling, and that one piece scared Ithrin, and I had this attraction to other pieces.
Yes.
Kind of like how you can say you sense within close proximity. I think we can find that last piece. And again, you'll have to put some faith out in us, and that's we've done a lot of damage to you, so I can understand why you might not feel it. But I also don't want to die right now, so I really have nothing to lose. I'll put my hand out to the dragon. I know it has acid, but I'll just kind of
smiles. Feel like this is a deal we can come and agree upon. Yes?
Fucking look over at everybody and
I give Kyler a thumbs up.
As far as anyone knows, other than Ferox and Aiko, Ishtar is gone. He's
you guys
dipped.
are just gone. We don't know. You're probably just gone in the rest of us.
He
And
fucking
while I
ran.
wait,
He's out of here.
I will suspend my undead horde. I was going to send it out in a couple of days. But I'll wait. And when it is brought, there will be no more attacks. I will keep within the marshes.
You want
When the time is right. Yes, when the time is right. Now, when you find this other stone, bring it. Reaches down and looks directly into your eyes. Bring it to the tower you also choose to defile.
Oh God.
We have a deal.
I believe we have a deal, and I'll look back at my party. Hope everyone nods.
Yeah.
All right, we have a deal.
I think that works.
Stretches and looks to the other tree creature. Confusion definitely ended at this point, as well as Fly. Begins to walk back into the trees, disappearing as it shakes, moving violently. Good. Then I will be gone. And I will
God.
await.
You're much better than Ithrin.
Of course I am.
And
I
as
feel-
I'm building, you're much easier to talk to.
I feel as if this will be a strong alliance.
Absolutely.
Yes. And together we can do great things. There is one thing. Salanov, you out there? Most of those around here are dead. All the Fae. They're gone. Sorry. There was one called Silas. He... Oh. Takes out a bit of twig. It's a bit disgusting to eat. Yes. Raises a hand and begins to turn around. Begins to pull back on its hind legs. Launches itself up to the air, and the tattered wings, struggling for a brief moment, continues to pump and pump. Fly away, disappearing into the fog and the rolling mist as it disappears.
Just judging by how fast he's flying, could I gauge if he's as fast or faster than like a giant eagle?
So getting the distance of him in flight is a tad difficult because of the fog that he's going into, as well as the fact that he is accelerating. So you're trying to gauge, and you're not getting the final speed because he's faster and faster. I'm gonna go and have you roll a flat intelligence check to be able to ascertain that. You're not able to gauge how fast this dragon is.
I pat Kyler on the back. Well, I'll admit that was brilliant of you, Kyler.
I give Tyler back the sword. You know, this thing's broken. The stone told me not to swing it.
So the dragon's well and gone, right?
Alright, let's...
Are we becoming bad guys?
No, everyone, group up. I'm like your coach. Come on, take a knee. Let's go, group up.
Trisha
We're having
moves
a
up the rock,
huddle.
kneels down at the dead and decayed flower.
Oh, yeah. We should let her have her piece.
The dragon's well and gone, though, right?
You do not hear or see it. The fog bank, though, is still there, and it's still penetrating through. It continues to encroach. There are no sounds of creatures, just a low wind.
I'm not dropping invisibility. I'm keeping it. But
Smart.
I'm just gonna let
Smart.
people say. I'm just like say I am still here. I never left. But you know there was a big dragon here, so caution over everything. Especially since Kyler, the strongest of us, couldn't do anything.
It laughed at me.
It really did.
It literally laughed at me. Oh, Kyler's brain hurts.
It's gone. Looks up to you, Frogs.
Oh, God.
Listen, Trisha. You know, it was also talking a lot about how its corruption couldn't be overcome, and it had its all-powerful master. You know, Ellsworth, you know, he'd have another thing to say right about now. We proved him wrong. We'll prove this dragon wrong.
Did you see Falsworth?
I did.
So I couldn't even recognize him. He ran into the trees. I don't know where he went. I can't feel him either.
One step at a time. First, we gotta find this other stone.
Yes. I suppose that's right.
Do you have any idea of where we should go first?
Don't know. Nothing I've ever seen looks what Ferox has.
Ferox, any weird feelings or?
Access Stone, where's the rest of you?
Well, there's two other groups we could meet with.
Yes, there are others that can help. The Bullywugs are most inclined for trinkets and other sorts of artifacts. They like shiny things and baubles. There are stories told that the Bullywugs would raid and ambush and steal your things. They wouldn't kill you, of course. That's still true. Perhaps they have found something like this. It would definitely pique their interest.
Sounds like that's the first place we should look.
Sorry, I just got back. Where are we going?
And also try visiting the lizard folk if they still live. There could be several tribes down there. Some of them date back quite a long time, before Thixians were a thing. Even us.
Right now, the suggestions are Mukluk and some lizard folk who might have an idea where the stone/beach might be.
Everything's coming up, Kyler. Mucklucks we go, baby.
I don't believe the Ivrai would know something like that. They are more inclined to help refugees and strike at the undead than they were to collect artifacts and precious items. Albeit they probably wouldn't even think that was precious. Probably would just think that's a common rock.
Well, maybe once we find the stone, we can group up with these Ivri and plan out a little assault.
We're gonna jump him.
I don't know
So-
what you're talking about. You're
assault.
full of shit.
Are you... Wait, aren't you... You're supposed to give it to the Grugash.
Real quick, sorry, did anybody, like I was away, did anybody ask why Grugash has the powers of Talus?
Well, we didn't ask that, but
Okay, sorry, that's why I just...
yeah, we were, at least my character is operating off the assumption he's just using, like, pure magic. Because that's what that is, the pink-purple lightning, right?
It's the chaos, something. Some pure
Sorry.
chaos or something like that.
I saw when you tried to strike Grugash, there was a similar energy of Talus that seemed to emanate, controlled by the matriarch herself, and some of the elders. However, Grugash has this without ever being to the grove is beyond me.
Okay.
I mean, there are ways to get it out. And I'll show off my Chaos Crystal.
Where did you find this?
I made it. Using the waters of Talus.
See.
The magic is able to be harnessed. So it's not out of the question that P did as well.
Shakes the head. I think we should leave this place. I don't think we should stay.
Yeah.
I am in agreement.
Touches the ground once more.
It's alright. Just remember, just because you write down the story doesn't mean you can't flip that pencil over and erase it later.
Shakes the head, doesn't say anything. Just walks with you.
Before we go, I'm gonna slip up to, like, Aika's side and, like, hey, got any more of that Talus water left?
I've got 3 vials left.
Mind if I could have one?
I think, out of character, I think I gave everyone some vials, and I think only one person denied it, so everyone should have 2 vials of it, except for whoever denied it.
I think it
don't
was-
remember who it was.
I thought I denied it.
Yeah, I
was
think you
I was thinking I
denied
was
it.
just slurping that shit out of the pump.
Oh, yeah, you're right,
I was just
you're
straight
right.
up drinking. I think I'm
I
the only one
remember.
who denied.
So everyone
So I
should
should
have
have to.
some,
Yeah, you should
Unless-
have
Just
to.
write it down.
unless
Okay.
they didn't want it,
Just-
in which case I'd still have it.
Yeah, because I'm going through my inventory and I don't have.
Yeah, I just
I don't
didn't
have
put it
it.
in my inventory. That was the issue. That's why I couldn't remember. Okay, then fine. That doesn't happen. Because I did actually have an idea of what to use that for now.
Kyler's gonna crack a bottle of that rum that the little weird midget dude or whatever he was, halfling. I don't know what he was. Small dude gave me. I'm just gonna start drinking, man.
It's
Drinking it
halfling
up.
known as dwarves.
Yeah, that was a traumatic event. young dragon negotiator, right?
Yeah.
Kyler came in thinking, I'm the man. This is my story. I run this. I'm the main character. The dragon was like, no.
I'll fucking kill you. Okay, never mind. How can I make you happy?
Ford cries
Yes, Daddy?
Tyler immediately. Well, this has been fun. Goodbye.
All right. Rox, you got the map. Or if Trish wants to lead us.
Just looking over where, what exactly does it look like that they struck?
Just looks like the axe itself. You're seeing an imprintation of the slash as it went into the earth, and you see these tendrils of black just kind of spew outwards and burble and gurgle. It seems very similar to the tree in the sense that it was kind of soaked up, but at an accelerated rate, as if whoever wielded this axe also had the same power to put this into plants. So has to have some connection, be able to manipulate nature to be able to do that.
Rox, I think we're still right.
Okay.
You got mending, by the way.
It also is a little bit interesting. There was some information based on the conversation that was a little odd. I will point out, based on observation, just on from everybody, was the fact that Grugash had stated that they didn't know where this place was. Right? And then they kind of tracked you here and saw you disappear and kind of waited and then went at this when you came back. But when the bat and the armored figure landed, that figure knew exactly what to do to sever the connection.
Okay.
There's some communication that's not happening.
So somehow that figure knew about this place.
I know who it is.
Either through information broke by the Salinar, that information did not seem to pass by to Grugash. But when it happened, when it was done, Grugash knew that it had been severed. Okay, so there's a little bit of maybe a miscommunication, or maybe someone withholding some information.
Also, maybe someone trying to prevent Grugash from getting to Talus.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what are we doing?
Like I said, does anybody have mending?
Oh, mending? What? Oh, for the
Uh,
sword.
My fucking sword.
I don't.
It's all good. I don't know if it'll work, but I mean, just like figure maybe if somebody had it to see. It's all good.
Ask your stone. Does it know how to fix the sword?
I'll glide the stone over the sword.
Fix my baby.
Come on, maybe we can
Take
do
the
this.
stone you glide over. It doesn't seem to have any effect.
Yeah, that's about right.
Analyzing the sword further, so getting to the damage, it seems there's 5 individual cracks on the blade on either side as they stagger through.
Fuck.
Would stand to reason, just an observation, that swinging this blade would have a chance that it would break.
Can I take a look at it and see if it's something I might be able to fix?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. I'm not gonna swing this shit.
I need you to roll an Arcana check, or I need you to roll a Smith's Tools.
Oh, I can do that. That's right. I have Smith tools. I forgot I had
Yeah.
Smith tools.
I'll
let you go first, though. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. That's not gonna do shit.
I'll go with
So,
Arcana. If I
the
have some
cracks
tools.
themselves, just based on your smithing skills here, this blade would need to be either reforged. You'd have to reforge this blade to do these repairs, or you'd have to
Sweet
scrap it.
Jesus.
So your arcane
Sorry, so-
knowledge of a nat 1 going through the blade and looking at the magic that's
I'm
inherent with it.
gonna add something else onto that.
Well, it's a nat 1 is an automatic failure,
Uh,
regardless of what you add to it. So just an
Okay.
FYI. However, with skill checks and some things, there is leeway to that rule, right? Because it's usually done for just like attack rolls and stuff. So even with a 9 plus what you can add to it, you're not going to get the information that you need to be able to kind of figure out how to repair an item like this.
Okay.
So to reiterate back to you, Kyler, the sword. What I was saying is that the sword needs to be reforged. What process that is going to relate to how it was forged before, or it's going to have to be scrapped and not used.
All right, sounds good.
Unfortunate.
No, we'll be fine. Ain't no thing. All right, we march or fly. I don't know what
Yeah.
we're doing.
Mukluk.
To the Mucklucks.
Going to the Mucklucks.
hmm
So I'm going to go ahead.
Build my own Bane of Berrythune, blackjack and hookers.
So my question is, how are you all getting there?
We've been using rocks so far. I mean,
We're all the way up here.
Probably walk to the shore.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
then like fly over.
How far of a distance is it, like, between these two?
Yeah, so if that tributary there, to get to the center of Mukluk, what that might look like, you'd be looking at like 25 to 30 miles. So you have a good distance of going.
Yeah.
If you're, you'd be looking at a day's worth of travel, more than that, right? Based on the fact that you're going to have to go across the environment. But if you're flying, you can get some of that back, and then you're moving at an increased speed as well. But you're definitely going to be burning through potentially spells, right, to continue to fly like that and continue to go.
Mhm.
One of the things that was described by I think a couple times was that the Mukluk, that area is literally like water. It's the reason why they have this natural defense of reed, grass, and just water. It's like a lake, giant with segmented different things of mud and land. So if you're attempting to go to this area and get there, you'd either need to find some way of swimming, like being on boat, or flying over. So that was one of the things, which it seems to be you're all capable of flying and getting there. So I think it's just about strategizing based on how much time. So if you're flying at like 120 feet, right, and you're doing that for an hour, you're going to be going at an increased rate of travel. You're going to be cutting down the time. It'd probably most likely be like 4 hours at that point that you'd be able to get to there. Especially since you'll be able to make the animals dash at that point.
Well, we probably burn through enough to get to this shore, and then do a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the next day, we'll just burn enough to get to the next shore.
Okay. So go ahead and I'm going to activate this map. So go south the altar flowers. Do kind of a little bit of a fast travel sequence here. So you can see as you get on, you're doing giant owls again. Okay.
Yeah.
So as you conjure giant owls for all of you to be able to ride, to get on them, you begin to go into the actual fog. The mist is rolling. And as you kind of go through and you gain more and more altitude to get out of it, you're kind of on the top layer of the fog. And you can see that it is kind of pushing on all sides towards the altar and coming through. But it's sparse the further you go outwards. in the way that, in a sense that it's like accumulating up against it, right? And it's trying to fulfill that volume that it can't get there quite yet. And so again, exponentially, so it's coming through, coming through, coming through. So at this point through the conversation and whatnot, the altar of flowers at your backside, even about 100 or 200 feet, is difficult to see at this stage. So you continue to fly. You can see outstretched is Norsatra, that large black tower that extends upwards. And on that area is slightly like a floodplain, but the further you go up, it's really just tall grass with kind of a foot to a foot and a half of water. So most of this actual area here is just riddled with pools of grass and a few decayed trees and things. And there are kind of little movements that you're seeing inside of the grass as you're stretching down. And as soon as you see them, they go away. And the more you kind of stare at them and perceive at this distance through the fog that's now sparse, you can notice that they come up a little bit, they look at you, and then they disappear. If you want to focus on these things further, you can go ahead and give me a perception roll. I'm trying to figure what they are out. But you're now kind of above, you're in that space. We're going to go ahead and just like fast travel, get to this point, and you're landing, conjuring, and so you're getting to that point where it's like, okay, it's time to go down. One of the things that's rather odd is that it's still daytime. Night has not happened, but you're feeling tired and exhausted as if you've gone a full day of travel, which is strange. This doesn't seem to be that long. So for Ox with perception of 18, you are actually the only one that's able to see down into that grass and flying, and that wind is pushing through. It appears as though that they are tiny little frog creatures that are poking their heads up and looking and then going into the grass and disappearing. They're going into the water even at that level, and they're completely disappearing into the grass. With IQ, you're able to see this as well with a 20. But they are quite camouflaged. It is very difficult to see them, and they are only being seen because they are revealing themselves to be seen. They're very aware of your presence as you're seeing them kind of coming up and noticing you up into the air.
So they're not solely on this land; they're also over here.
That's correct. They are there. You're not seeing any structures. You're not seeing any sort of huts or houses or anything that would note that they live there. And the water doesn't seem to be that deep. You're just seeing the faces of them as they're kind of like this in the water, then they're kind of coming up like that, and then they're going back down. So it's just very brief. And it's easy to reason that they are with undead hordes lurking around and with enemies all around within this place. These would be sentries or scouts. You are at a distance too far to be able to hear anything.
Yep.
So you can choose to fly down further, right, and get a good listen. You can, there's options at this point.
We were gonna probably try and camp out around here anyway, so yeah. Why don't we let's go down and say hello?
All right.
You fly down, swooping down, you kind of land, picking a little bit of a spot that's slightly dry, but it's still, as you land, you get off of the owls, smashing into the water. It's immediately a half a foot deep.
Oh my god.
Kind of, that layer just kind of sitting all around you in the grass is kind of pluming and moving. The grass here can grow upwards of 15 feet in height. And you're having difficulty sometimes seeing all the way through, and you're almost like in a little bit of a pocket. The sound of rushing water is apparent as there is a tributary that's moving by, and you're now going through the grass a little bit, getting to the edge of the bank. So you can see the edge of the bank, but you have to go through and peel back the grass to be able to even see down in this muddy embankment as it disappears down. And as you open the actual grass and see through across that tributary, you all of a sudden see these pillars of smoke and different things going all about a large span of territory. It's massive as it stretches from north to south. You can't see the structures as the grass on the other side is quite tall, but you can see that there's smoke, and very close to this, maybe even only 4 or 5 miles away from you at that point, that you can see that there might be structures. In moments, there's rustling and movement within the grass around you, and croaks as they croak around. It's a symphony of croaking.
Hmm. Do you all, you understand us? No?
As you reach out, croaking stops. More rustling in the grass. Nothing else.
Hmm.
We're not here to hurt you, unlike those undead. Just passing by.
Taped the sound of the river, probably, that tributary. There's another croak, just one big one. Croak.
Okay.
I just look at Farox.
Okay. Well,
Should find
don't know if this
somewhere
will
to.
work, but we'll try it.
Okay. Cast Speak with Animals. What do you do?
Again, just we're just passing by. We don't mean you any harm.
So all of you hear rocks begin to croak.
Oh boy.
Another croak happens, Frox. You can understand this. Intruders.
What?
You smell alive. Alive, alive, alive. Croak, 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 croak.
Fuck is going on?
Just, I put up a hand to Kyler. Just hold on. We're you might say we're intruders. Yes, this is your land, but we wouldn't mind. You know, it's your place. I pull out some like gold pieces because apparently they like shiny stuff. We'll pay to stay on your land for a little while. Is that all right?
Shiny, shiny, croak, croak. Shiny, shiny. One speaks, somewhat dominant. Throw it into the grass.
Okay.
Throw it.
I'll throw like 5 pieces.
Hear grumble. Much croaking. Hear movement within the grass and the water. You have more shiny thing?
Perhaps. We're looking for an object. We'd be willing to trade you quite a bit of shiny things.
Should be King Muck. King Muck. King Muck. King Muck. You have more shiny thing. Another one speaks.
We have potentially more shiny things if there are some things you have to trade.
We have not traded with. You're splashing. A little bit of a squabble happening between two of them.
Oh.
The one that is dominant begins to speak again. King Buck. We'll take you, King Buck. You trade shiny things. Breathe. You not eat frog?
No, I don't. Don't eat frog.
Are you friend with lizard?
Never met him.
You're shuffling in grass. Becomes more distant and distant. Eventually it ceases.
Is anyone else confused?
I'm drunk, dog. I don't know.
We're just watching Ferox like croak, and then a bunch of croaks.
Yep.
There's a bunch of croaking happening. There's one independent, right? Like different ones croaking at independent times, and then Ferox is just croaking, right, repetitively. And no one has seen anything. It's just hearing through the grass. You can just hear through the grass the motions of how many there are. Easily upwards of at least 60.
Jesus fuck. Just saw Ferox throw some golden grass.
Yeah.
What the fuck
I
is
relate to the good.
Was that 60 or 16?
60 of these frog. You can hear a lot of them. They clearly know you're breathing and you're alive. They're very aware that you're not what they've been fighting.
Undead.
Potentially. Yeah. Which is scary to them. So they're like, they're afraid, kind of hiding a little bit.
So the good news is, they don't like the undead. They also don't like lizards, and they don't like see, what was the other? They don't like people eating frogs.
I mean, I don't think we count as any of those, right, guys? Aika, you don't eat frog, right?
I mean, not recently.
Oh, nope, you don't eat frog, right, man? You just...
But after giving them some gold shinies, they've agreed to let us speak with their king, his King Muck, apparently, for a possible trade.
Cool. We could use some friends right now, right?
You hear a slight splashing coming from the tributary.
Uh-oh.
As you peel back some of the grass and the reeds to see 7 giant toads emerge. On the backs are bullywugs with spears and hide armor riding them as they emerge from the water. One of which is quite heavy set, easily weighs 80 pounds, as it sits gorged upon many different things of trinkets and bones. Croaks outwards. King Buck! It turns the giant toad around. As it does, you see tied to the giant toad on some sort of harness are multiple different barges of haphazard wood pieces, resembling that of like a jet ski, or not a jet ski, but like we're talking about like, you know, like something you would put like a surfboard, right? You would put on either side, you kind of hold on and go, and they're just kind of bubbling up from the water, and you're seeing little faces in the water, potentially more bullywugs in the water underneath. All these toads seem to have harnesses for carrying things. Normally things, not people. You all hop on.
Damn straight.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you all hop on. Giant toads begin to swim. So they get to the edge of the embankment, pulling themselves out. They begin to trudge themselves over the embankment. As they get over it, they go directly into the water once more, pulling. And that's when you get to see the expanse of this large area as you go through maybe 3 to 4 feet of width of grass, of tall grass as it unfurls itself. And you're seeing an outstretched piece of water for many, many miles with these mud islets positioned every so often with little tiny huts, straw, wood positioned upon mud. There's no entrances into them, and you're seeing bullywugs dip into the water and then shadows within the hut and then dipping down and coming up, suggesting that they go underneath the water and come up through the mud to get into them. Barges are positioned every so often with several bullywugs in position standing. Some are throwing nets into the water to catch fish. Others are talking amongst themselves, croaking. There are many of them on the backs of giant toads, easily able to count. Just by navigating, moving through this small section of this large, massive marsh, there are 36 giant toads being penetrating a defensive position. There are hundreds upon hundreds of bullywugs. They all look at you. You see as they stretch and look, and they're kind of croaking in unison as they look. We're going to go ahead and end it as we bring this particular map. Give you an example. For those that have difficulty loading it might take a little bit. Eventually you'll get here.
I hang out with the bullywugs. Told you this would be lit.
They appear to be taking you. I didn't put the toads in the things that you're writing on here, but this is one of the toads right in front.
Oh
of you.
my god!
That's what the toad looks like. So, and then this is what one of the bullywugs looks like. So,
yes!
They're bringing you to this large central structure, this massive wooden planked and logged, almost like a giant-sized hut. It's like the same looking hut as the little ones, but it's giant-sized with
Big
massive amounts of haphazard pieces of wood, straw, and hide as it's positioned on top of it. There is music being played as you approach this. Now, as you get closer, this rhythmic drumming. Some of them have little bongos that they're playing as you're coming to. Dum, 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 dum. And greeting you to the entrance of potentially the king.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be so tight.
Is there any questions at all as we end this session?
No.
Fascinating.
Fascinating. Didn't expect this one, did you?
Well,
Both.
negotiating the Louisiana Purchase with a black dragon. Gonna go get jet ski lifts by the fucking frogs. It's lit.
I mean, all I can think right now is Avatar, that one village that was in the middle of that like really muddy lake.
Oh
Yeah. Yeah, so this, I mean, just seeing the water here, it's easy to see why the undead can't get in here. With the large thickets of tall grass, the water can get down to 9 feet in depth. And it's almost like, and everything's floating pretty much. And they've piled up mud, and they're very entrenched in this position. And there's also a lot of them. There is a lot. I mean, it's just tons. And the water here seems to be relatively uncorrupted. So you're not seeing a lot of black. The water seems clean, and there's fish swimming about and stuff. And there's a whole kind of separate ecosystem on this edge of the marshes here. So, yeah, it's interesting, definitely. what you've all been
Rash,
through.
don't fuck with the bullywug.
This is Kyler's therapy.
Dude.
From the miniature conversation you had, as well as they seem to be really easily not trusting necessarily, but being tossed gold and then the opportunity of trade is enough to get apparently an entrance with the king without even a question.
Yeah. Bro, I got 18,000 gold pieces just burning a hole in my pocket.
Right,
He has what we want.
They're like, yeah, let's go. So it's in the sense of like they were just surprised that you're breathing, that you're alive. They immediately brought out the red carpet because you had coin and trinkets and baubles. They saw
Behold the power
you
of
in the
anything.
distance flying, so they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy." So they want what you have. They're bringing you here, and it seems as though they're respective and they're not taking it, right? So, and they're a little bit of fear about them, right? They don't trust you necessarily. There's fear about them, but they're definitely a social race or species here. They want to communicate, they want to trade, they want to talk,
They want peace.
and they want peace. So that's something that's a little bit different. So
My name friends.
yeah,
Fuck
make
you,
friends.
Gruyash.
And so it kind of begs the question is like, why hasn't like Gruyash just come in and like just wiped them all out? Well, they're not like a threat. They're just existing here, right? So why remove them? And then even
Until
then,
I train the army.
and
This will be my calling.
And even then, I mean, you saw
Yeah.
how many undead were at the actual fight, right? So like he's
Yeah.
not starved for army.
Mhm.
There's not like a diminished about it. And then in addition to that, obviously the water and the things here, it's just difficult to potentially get these people here. So anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and calculate some experience for y'all, and yeah, let's get that going.
What was the name that Grugash gave us for the guy that axed the altar?
Shit.
Sylvan,
Yeah.
called the bat creature a Nightwing. And then I also give you the name of what he was referring to as his master. Orsivus.
Or something, right?
It's in chat. Yeah.
Sylveon. His name is
Orsivus.
Sylveon.
Orsivus.
He's a Pokemon.
Yeah, that motherfucker Pokemon. Tried to be cool, Nightwing. So I was like, GG on the last fight, man. We cool?
He handed back his decapitated head.
Yep, I was like, we cool?
You good, bro?
I really tried. I thought maybe, these dudes raised undead. Well, if I take the head, maybe it would work. Nope, my hypothesis failed.
We good.
Back to the drawing board. Sylvan, Nightwing, Orsivus. We're learning all sorts of new names today.
Yep.
Okay, so I have 3,650 experience each. That should put you at 42,905 experience total, I believe. That was for combat and also for roleplay, specifically with the conversation with Grugash, making conversation, asking good questions, trying to make deals, right? Trying to figure it out. It was very scary.
While
and
trying to
challenging
die.
time. Yeah, trying to die, being like, this could be it, everybody. And it kind of maybe just shows a little bit like the dramatic difference between the personalities of Ithrin and Grugash. This is a very
So I picked up on
charismatic
Personalities and the power levels.
and power
Ethan
levels
was a
difference,
little bitch.
but
Dude,
Grugash
no.
seems to like be after something, and even though it was like just power, there's more to it, right? It's like kind of like it's almost like he's just dancing around some of these things, and was just sitting there as you were all having conversations, and didn't seem to be impatient. There was a patience factor to this dragon that was really intimidating. He's just like sitting there waiting and smiling and laughing, and was very like, I would say a good way to put it is that he has this fear of death still, even with the power that he holds. So there's this level of I have want to preserve life and things, which is a little bit odd with the undead horde that he orders around. And
There's still a chance for diplomacy.
Well, that's why I played my hand there. Remember, you guys don't know, but Kyler has a background in gambling. So, so I knew Grugash wanted something. He wasn't going to play his hand, but I wasn't going to play the fact that, we're just going to betray the bitch. But, I was like, I know what you want. You know what we want? We want to live. You want to live.
And it's that enticing factor of being like, I want to live. Like, you all here. I know why you're here, right? Saw what happened to Etherin. I know why you're all here. I'm getting this, and so it's the idea behind keep your enemies close. That theme is prevalent here, and that's definitely why Grugash
Keep your
was
friends closer, enemies closer.
right. But we got to come to some deal. We got to come to some arrangement. Right. That was
We also
very
got a
important.
sneak peek for who's got the silver crystal, silver stone.
Yeah, who's got the silver?
That would be me.
Hey, there you go.
You're up, baby. He said,
Oh,
wait, sorry.
yeah.
He said, what was it? Province.
So
Eastmore?
he referred to this
Ishmael?
dragon as Belzar, and then said that they were having
Belzar,
fun with
yeah.
the dwarves in Eastmore.
In Eastmar, okay, because he said something in the north, and so that's why I was like,
Yeah.
Eastmar
did we
is
miss-
the
like, did we miss a
Eastmar is
dragon?
the northeastern region of Arthuria.
the like Aluda,
Aluda. Yep.
Aluda, okay,
Aluda,
so like that
Taxar.
area, okay. Shit, not that far, boy.
Nope.
We really dragon slayers. Let's get 3 under our belt before we get to Baldur.
Oh boy.
Come on. We killed one. We negotiated with one.
You're still
Who
going
knows?
to kill that one
We're
eventually.
still gonna kill that one, but
after
Maybe not. We'll see.
we'll see.
after Skyler changes his pants.
I need to change my sword.
Yeah, that's so sad. Your sword is like
It's
that's our dragon slaying sword.
It is, but we will now have to work together better as a team. Can't just rely on me getting an extra 3d6 on every hit if I do. So now we really have to be smart. And I can't be stupid and jump off an eagle at a dragon.
I work
So-
with Kyler as a team, kind of.
You do. No,
cast
everyone does.
spells on
But,
him.
but now we just, we have to really get that synergy going, all of us. So I think it'll be good for the whole team. I see
Nice.
a bright future ahead of us.
If
Or,
I can
death.
roll high enough. Yeah. Ica has a thing for missing every single orb that he throws.
Look, you did try. I gotta give credit to the trying. You know what I mean? The
You
ideas
did
were
a
there.
lot of
Yeah.
damage to the trees, by the way.
The trees got fucked up.
You were hitting them pretty hard with the fire.
Fire burns.
Fire burns.
Wizards
Well-
and fire go together pretty well.
I'm gonna go ahead and get the stream closed out. So if you're watching, thanks so much. We appreciate it, and we will be back next week for an exciting time with the Muckluck and King Muck.
4 straight hours of us
4
negotiating
straight
with
hours
the frog.
negotiating with frogs. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
6,000 pieces.
All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.